I stand here, but I can barely stand and talk. I have to walk and talk. You know how it is. So anyway, but Harry, you said you'd have your mobile if I start running. Goed, so thank you so much. Welcome everybody to this awesome workshop. Dr. Paul, how many numbers is this? RTMS workshop? Number 50, 80 something, 85. So this is, so you can see we've really been doing what you need to do for road safety. Shaman, today is particularly propitious because the funeral for one of those young constables that was in that crash, the little car ended up in the Henopsrivier. I know her funeral is taking place in St. Peter's Anglican Church in Soweto today. So road safety is certainly top of mind for everyone. But yeah, so from a Standard Bank point of view, we're going to welcome you for the day. I must just do a bit of housekeeping. So for any emergencies, there's you go out the way you came in, there's a meeting point outside, and the facilities for ablution is to the left down the passage. So I've done that for housekeeping. Right here. So first we're going to introduce our commercial head of commercial asset finance, Glenn Govender, and he's going to do a quick welcome for not quick, sorry, no pressure. Glenn, you're going to do a bit of a welcome for us, and also he's also our host, and obviously Renal and the team have put everything together for us today in terms of catering. So you're going to be well nourished, physically, and you're going to be well stimulated also mentally because of a wonderful program. And to all the sponsors, each one will give an opportunity to say a few words, and also their tables are outside. But we've got Safeway Fleet, Jono's here. We've got JC Auditors. Thank you so much. Michelin, they can't be here today, and then Kalahari Autoforce, who's actually an operator and is going to be a speaker. So it's going to be a great day filled with lots of interesting and exciting things. Right here, Mr. Govender, floor is yours.
No pressure, it's quick, eh? Yep. Awesome. Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, good morning and welcome once again to the Road Transport Management System workshop here in Durban, Standard Bank. It's both a privilege and a pleasure to open this important gathering, event that has become staple in our calendar and a firm commitment of our continued support to this event. My name is Glenn Govender, KZN Provincial Head for Commercial Asset Finance at Standard Bank, and I speak not only on behalf of our business, but as a proud partner of this industry. We are honored that this event continues to take place here in Durban, a city that is more than just a destination. It's a logistics lifeline, as Durban remains the most strategic gateway to Africa, a vital node for imports, exports, and cross-border trade. Over the years, this workshop has evolved into more than just a meeting point. It has become a forum for progress, a platform for collaboration, and a catalyst for transformation. We are honored that Standard Bank Durban has once again been chosen to host as the host venue, a reflection of our ongoing commitment and being the part of the conversation that shapes and strengthens the transport ecosystem in South Africa. Let me begin by extending my sincere gratitude to the RTMS Steering Committee. Your vision, your leadership, your relentless efforts to champion road transport safety, sustainability, and compliance continue to inspire us. Thank you for allowing us to walk this journey with you. The theme of RTMS, accountability, self-regulation, performance improvement, is now more relevant than ever before. The logistics and transport sector is under immense pressure to perform smarter, safer, and cleaner, whether it's navigating regulatory compliances, embracing digitalization, or balancing profitability with sustainability. The demands are growing, and so is the opportunity. At Standard Bank, we firmly believe that collaboration, innovation, and shared value are pillars that the future of transport in South Africa rests on. We see ourselves as more than financiers. We believe we are an enabler. Our role is to help you move goods, people, and the economy forward through flexible finance, fleet solutions, risk insights, and strategic partnerships. We are here to support your journey, whatever the road conditions. But just as important as access to capital is access to dialogue. And that's why gatherings like today are essential. This gives us a space to pause, reflect, and reimagine together. I encourage each of you to immerse yourselves in the day's program. Ask the hard questions, share your stories, both successes and setbacks. Tap into the collective expertise in this room, because the more connected we are, the more resilient and innovative our industry becomes. Let's not forget the importance of networking. In an industry as interconnected as transport, relationships are often as valuable as roadmaps. I hope today sparks new conversations, deepens existing partnerships, and perhaps even seeds the next great idea that reshapes how we do business. In closing, allow me to thank our presenters, panelists, RTMS leaders, and all of you attending today. Your time, insights, and commitment are the fuel that makes this workshop meaningful and impactful. Together, let's drive change, let's accept accountability, and let's keep South Africa moving safely, efficiently, and sustainably. Thank you, and I trust that you'll have a productive and engaging day today.
Thank you very much, Glenn. It's always inspiring to listen to you. And I love the fact that you really get RTMS. Love that. Okie dokie. So we're quickly going to have young Chris stretch. He's got 38 seconds. That's pressure. Just to do a quick welcome. And then we're going to invite, after that, we're going to invite the eThekwini team that is responsible for road safety, Ms. Sulal. But in the meantime, you've got your 38 seconds, young Mr. Stretch.
It's too much time. Morning, everyone. Chris Stretch, KZN Department of Transport. Kathy's last life, she worked for the Gestapo. It's forced me to come up here and say a few words. But just quick show of hands, how many transporters are there here? I know there's a whole bunch online. How many are not RTMS accredited? Oh, okay. We've noted you, and we get one guy to join RTMS. By the time we leave, we've done a good job here. I'm sure online there's a whole bunch as well. Yeah, obviously we support RTMS. It started in KZN like all good things, and yeah, we super support it. And also from transporters, I just look how many in the roadworks here. When you see a truck broken down the slow lane on where they're doing roadworks and everyone's queued back for 100 Ks, apart from being very irritating, it's also costing everyone a lot of money. And I've yet to see an RTMS one. It can happen, make no mistake, but I do presume that RTMS vehicles are better maintained than the rest. So please, talk to your mates. I know transporters all talk amongst themselves. Talk to your mates. Get them to also join RTMS, even your competitors, really. Safer roads for everyone. Our families all use these roads. We want the safest people and truckers on the roads as well. And like today, driving from Maritzburg to Durban, got photos on my phone here. Sitting behind is anyone from EBS? A tanker in front of me, 140 something Ks on the freeway, a tanker. Okay, it was empty coming down, but that doesn't mean a thing. And luckily not RTMS accredited. We will obviously be phoning the company a bit later, but that's the type of behavior we really don't want. So courage, we support RTMS. Please keep doing it. Talk to your mates as well. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stretchy. That's really good. We're just good in timekeeping and making sure we get the right things done at the right time. Right here. So up next, we've got from eThekwini, Ravina Silal. She now heads up Department of Safety, Road Safety at the eThekwini municipality. We've known Mr. Daniel Hiralal. He's always been here often, but we're now going to see Ravina here more and more with the team. Please come up and do the welcome also from the municipality point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, officials, partners in the freight and transport sector, members of the media, and valued community stakeholders. On behalf of the eThekwini municipality, it gives me great pleasure to officially welcome the road traffic management system here to our city. This is not merely the introduction of a new system, it marks a vital step forward in strengthening safety, accountability, and sustainability on our roads. As eThekwini continues to grow as an economic hub, and you do know that our harbor is one of the busiest ports in Africa, we have seen a steady increase in freight activity. With that growth, however, has come a concerning trend, the overrepresentation of trucks in road crashes, especially along key freight corridors such as the M7, the M19, and the N3. These incidents are not only tragic, but also economically and socially disruptive. To address these challenges head on, eThekwini municipality has developed a comprehensive road safety plan. You all have a copy in your bags. At its core, this plan is guided by 3 pillars: education, enforcement, and engineering, with a dedicated focus on freight movement. The eThekwini municipality has joint weekly freight enforcement with RTI, Metro Police, the South African Police Services, Cross-Border Management, and the Fire Department. In this financial year, which is just from January to May, we've had a total of 104 freight transgressions. And of these 104, 14 freight drivers were in possession of fake dangerous goods certificates. 6 of these drivers have been arrested. Our freight education, enforcement, and engineering program works to ensure that heavy vehicle operators and companies are not only aware of road safety regulations, but are also held accountable for compliance. Last month, during a focused enforcement campaign on the N3 at the Marion Hill Toll Plaza, 2 trucking companies were caught operating with fraudulent fine permits. This is unacceptable, and we will continue to act decisively against such practices. We believe that RTMS will help create a culture of responsibility within the freight sector, promoting safer vehicle standards, responsible driver behavior, and transparent maintenance practices. Through this partnership, we are not only enforcing compliance, we are encouraging industry-wide excellence. Let us be clear, road safety is a shared responsibility. We call on freight operators, logistics managers, and drivers to join hands with the municipality, law enforcement agencies, and our communities to create safer roads for all. In closing, I would like to express our sincere thanks to all those involved in the implementation of RTMS. Your work is crucial in shaping a safer and smarter eThekwini. Let this be a turning point for our freight safety in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great endorsement, and we definitely here as a collaborative partner to make sure we promote road safety. So up next, we've got young Dr. Paul Nordengen, who's got, he's the only person I know, I'm aware of, that did his PhD first. Well, he's certainly the first one on performance-based standards. And Standard Bank was one of the first banks to actually drive the implementation and financing of PBS combinations. Right now, I think there are over 1,000 combinations running, Dr. Paul, or PBS combinations. 2,600, and a great many of those are financed also by Standard Bank. I think we just want to bring in the principle of we promote and support standards. We are known as the Standards Bank, and we're so encouraged to see all these faces across. I'm so excited, to be honest. And we've got a lot of operators in the room. I know Stretch always wants to know who's not RTMS certified. We like to know that they are RTMS certified, and we're for innovation. Are we not so, Dr. Paul? Indeed. Yeah. So Dr. Paul, please welcome him. He's a wealth of information, absolute walking, talking encyclopedia on PBS and RTMS. Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Thanks very much, Kathy, and good morning, everyone. It's always fantastic to be part of an RTMS PBS workshop. Just one thing, regarding RTMS companies that are present and non-RTMS, I think what we're finding more and more is that companies that are associated with road transport are often attending these workshops. And I looked at the delegates list. There are quite a few companies here that are not transport operators, but they're involved in whether it's road safety or products or different things related, or consignors. And for me, the key to the success of implementing self-regulation in heavy vehicle transport is to get the buy-in of companies. And Brenton, who's going to be presenting a bit later, gave a fantastic example of one of their clients who sent a magnificent letter to them acknowledging the benefits of the PBS vehicles in one of the projects they're involved in. And that's where we can really see the benefit, where different organizations besides transport operators understand the benefits of RTMS and PBS and support it and drive it. So
I'm going to give a brief introduction to the RTMS. Later on, I'll be talking about the PBS project. So I'm just going to focus on the RTMS for the moment. And then we're going to have some case studies which will really illustrate what this standard is all about. When we started, it was about reducing overloading in the forestry industry. That's where it started here in KZN and in Mpumalanga. But what we found over the last 20 years or so, 22 years, is that the focus is quite broad. And the big focus is on improving safety, which a couple of our presenters have already referred to. And then sustainability, obviously the sustaining the road network. But we've also found a lot of benefit of the standard for smaller SMME type transport operators who don't always understand the importance of various elements of running a fleet of trucks: maintenance, driver health, driver training, managing driver hours. They often think, let's cut corners, maximize our profit. And then what happens? They go insolvent. And once your trucks are off the road, your source of income is gone. So I think the RTMS can play quite an important role in ensuring the sustainability of smaller companies. So it was started as a recommendation in a national overload control strategy. If you look at that middle block there, when I was working at the CSIR, this was a project for the National Department of Transport. And one of the recommendations, we need to look at self-regulation to complement law enforcement, because we all know the constraints of law enforcement. There are not enough traffic officers. They can't patrol all the roads all the time. The fitness of heavy vehicles is largely neglected in terms of law enforcement. So that's where it started. Now, at one of the previous events in Benoni, I had to think about what are some of the key issues in South Africa regarding safety. And so I listed them. So the first one is road infrastructure. Obviously, we need good roads, and we're very fortunate that SANRAL is maintaining an excellent primary road network, and they're still in the process of taking over more provincial roads. Even it's not necessarily an N route, it could be an R route, but they are gradually taking over more and more roads, and they have a very good pavement management system to ensure that roads are maintained. You shouldn't be fixing potholes. You should be doing periodic maintenance so you don't get potholes. If you've got to the point of fixing potholes, you've already missed the boat, and then you're going to be spending a lot more money than what you should be by just doing the periodic maintenance. So road infrastructure is absolutely key, not only for road safety, but for the efficiency of the network. Road to rail. So often I'm in a workshop or a conference, and then people are saying, we need more road freight back on the rail. That's true, but it's a huge challenge in our country to get Transnet Freight Rail to start improving the capacity and the service of their facilities to get more of the freight back. We cannot continue the way we're going. There's far too much, especially mining products that are on the road that should be on rail. But we can't blame road transport. In fact, if it wasn't for road transport moving the stuff to the ports for export, we'd be in a serious problem as a country. As it is, we've lost millions. We know when the coal price went through the roof, we couldn't get enough coal to the ports to export. The coal price was so high, and the mines lost billions and billions those few years. So I started my career in the railways, and I'm very pro-rail, but rail needs to sort itself out. And we need to get more and more. I think there is light at the end of the tunnel with the privatization of some operations, and hopefully this will come right. But it's not a quick fix. It's not something that's going to happen in a year or two. We're talking decades. So the fact that 85% or so of road freight, of freight is on road, to go from 85 to 80% is a huge task. That could take 10 years. To go from 85 to 80, that's my guess. It's not something that like next year we back to 50% freight on rail. We have to understand that. that the road freight is providing an essential task for the economy of the country. And we can, yes, we need to try and get more freight back onto rail. And I believe the answer is multimodal. Road freight working with rail to optimize the logistics system. Anyway, I can go on about that for a long time. Vehicles, as I said, the law enforcement in terms of vehicle roadworthiness is sadly lacking. We have to rely on self-regulation of operators to make sure that their vehicles are roadworthy. Brakes, tires, and I'll show a couple of slides about that. And also adoption of new technologies. There's amazing technologies that are available now for trucks to improve safety. But of course, that takes years to replace the existing fleet with the new technologies. Drivers, it's probably one of the biggest areas of improvement that we've seen in the RTMS is improving training of drivers, ongoing training, not just once-off training, ongoing training, looking carefully at driver health, addressing chronic illnesses, sugar, diabetes, hypertension, etc., and managing fatigue. So that is very important if we want to improve road safety in South Africa in terms of trucks. Operations, Chris spoke about speeding. On Sunday, I drove down from Gauteng to Howick, and I saw at least 3 trucks that were well over the speed limit, talking 120 kilometers an hour. You know, that's not on. So the operations, I'm not going to talk about taxis. We saw some interesting maneuvers of taxis this morning coming down from Maritzburg. But anyway, but driver behavior, and then, of course, overloading. Third-party crashes. What we've seen with a lot of the RTMS case studies that are presented by operators is that they implement these safety measures, their policies and procedures, which are required by the RTMS, but so their driver error crashes come down, but third-party crashes is still a huge challenge for truck drivers. You've got other motorists on the road that don't understand how trucks brake, or, you know, trucks are not the same as a car. And so managing third-party crashes is becoming more and more a challenge for transport operators. Road safety culture. That's one of the objectives of the RTMS, is to engender a road safety culture. Some people call it a road safety climate in an organization. So you're actually changing the culture of an organization. That road safety becomes part of the way they do business, or taking into account the importance of road safety. And I think that's also one of the objectives of the RTMS. And then finally, law enforcement. And I've already mentioned this, that we just have a very, very low level of enforcement in our country on the roadworthiness of trucks, brakes, tires, the chassis, those kind of things. It just hardly exists. We do overload control, we do some level of speeding, but the roadworthiness of trucks is in a shocking state. So if you look at the road network, the road freight transport, you've got, I believe, 3 key elements. It's the road infrastructure, the vehicles, and drivers. And when we started with the project, as I mentioned, the focus was on the road infrastructure, but actually those elements, those words in red, are where I think the RTMS has had quite a big impact in terms of improving. So if you talk to the banks and to the insurance companies, it's all about managing risk. If you implement a lot of the elements of the RTMS, it's about managing risk. So by managing risk, you can reduce crashes. It's the near misses. I know I had a meeting, I think it was at SA Breweries some years ago, where they told me how in their bottling plants or their breweries, one of their key measurements is near misses, not accidents. Obviously, that's important, but it's near misses. If you can reduce your near misses or risk, high level of risk, you automatically are going to reduce the actual accidents. Promoting compliance and increasing productivity. So one of the measures in the RTMS is to measure productivity. And to promote road safety is very difficult. A lot of, organizations often that like to pay lip service to road safety. But when you can link it to productivity and efficiency and business profit, that's when companies start to understand actually, road safety is very important because it can improve our viability, business viability. So the reality, and Chris alluded to this morning, road crashes involving heavy trucks, it's not just the fatalities and the damage to the trucks and the commodities, but on important corridors like the N3 has a huge impact on the road efficiency, the efficiency of the network. So your truck can be in a good condition. You can have a really good company, RTMS certified, pass all your audits flying, but some other person in front of your driver is involved in a crash or something, and you stuck there, like this morning. But I think this morning it was just peak traffic. But you're stuck there, and it's through no fault of your own. So that's why, as Chris said, it's in all of our interests to reduce crashes and breakdowns and etc. in the entire network, not just your own company. And that's why we have this non-profit company to promote the RTMS. A lot of SABS standards are just there. And if you want to implement it, you buy it and you implement it. We have an RTMS non-profit company that has these workshops simply to promote the standard and try and get more and more organizations to adopt it. And of course, I've already spoken about the roads. If the roads deteriorate, it's tickets for road freight transport. This was some work done a few years ago comparing purely the vehicle maintenance and repair costs on a good road compared to a fair road and a bad road. And you can see there's a more than 100% increase in costs. So if our road network goes down, it has a huge impact on vehicle operating costs. And this is not taking into account increase in fuel consumption, increase in travel time, and potential damage to goods, on a poor road. And the other initiative that I've been involved in for quite a few years, as has Kathy and a few others, is the Brake and Tire Watch, which really is focusing on training traffic officers to do better law enforcement in terms of vehicle fitness. And the statistics are horrifying. I think they've also had well over 50 now. This is statistics of 46 of them since 2006, training traffic officers. It's a 2-day training event. Day 1 is lectures in a classroom, and then day 2, you go to a vehicle testing center and you pull trucks off the road and you show the traffic officers what to look for. And 69% up to now, 69% of the vehicles have been discontinued from use. So I can sort of fairly confidently say that 50% of the trucks on the N3 today are not roadworthy. And this doesn't take into account overloading and speeding. This is just vehicle fitness. So if you take all the other regulations into account, you can easily say that 50% of the trucks on the road are not roadworthy or are not legal. And that's not good. So we have to try and address that. Brake linings, the picture on the left is what it should look like. This is now part of a Brake and Tire Watch. Linings where the gap is 10 millimeters or the lining's not even there. This is typically on trailers. And then tires are very obviously critical for any vehicle. That's the contact between the vehicle and the road. So for braking and maneuverability and all that. And a lot of truck tires not in good condition. A project that I was involved in, an OECD project with a number of different countries. Our South African heavy vehicle fatal crash rate per 100 million kilometers was way, way above all the other countries. They had to almost develop a separate graph so they could fit us on, because the other graph was just showing. But I think that's symptomatic of a developing country where we've got a high level of pedestrian fatalities. But this is, a lot of room for improvement. Just looking at vehicle road fatalities in general, not specifically heavy vehicle related. Both Oliver and I and Kathy sit on the ISO TC 241, which is the ISO committee, and there's a standard 39001, which is road traffic safety management systems. And at those annual meetings, the various countries present what they're doing to improve road safety, and including the implementation of the standard. In South Africa, we're unique in that we have the RTMS as well. But you know that you've heard of the UN Decade of Action for Road Safety. So the first one was from 2010 to 2020. That was, the objective was to reduce road fatalities by 50%. And these are examples of countries like Sweden and Japan, where their fatality rates are already low, how they managed to bring down fatalities, road fatalities, by doing various things. If you look at South Africa, in 2012, we had 230 fatalities per million people. 2022, it was 206. So that's a 10% increase. But if you look at the graph, you see there's no real downward trend compared to those other two countries. But over and above that, our 206 fatalities per million people, if you compare it with the European countries, and that graph is a bit small here, but the best country in Europe is 17 fatalities per million people. And the worst is 93, Romania, 93 fatalities per million people. We're sitting at 206, so we're off the chart. We're sort of somewhere up here. If you, Norway, Iceland, and that's 16, 23 fatalities per million. But that's another discussion. This is just Town Hill, not this morning, but that's what happens when there's a breakdown or a crash. They divert the light motor vehicles onto the R103, and the trucks are standing, wasting time, wasting diesel, not because of necessarily because of your truck and your driver, but someone else has caused this crash or whatever. And that's not good for the economy. And that's what we got to really try and address. So it's industry-led, government-supported, and it's great to have also Siyabonga Magama. Where's Siyabonga? Yeah, Siya from National DOT. Should actually get you to come and you got your PowerPoint presentation ready. National DOT, we got a Tekwini municipality here, we got KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport. It's government-supported. And as I said earlier, consignees and consignors are an important part of this, not just the road transport operators. And I'm not going to talk about the 4 pillars of the various components of the standard. The presentations following will go into more detail. But what I would like to do is to just show a couple of positive outcomes. In the forestry industry, which is where the RTMS started, we were sitting at about 30% of the trucks delivering the timber to the pulp and paper mills in KZN and in Mpumalanga were overloaded, about 1/3. And for the since 2015, with the RTMS Forestry Committee, which Chris Stretch chairs, they meet every month. So the pulp and paper mills, the SAPIs, the Mondis, all the companies meet and they monitor their overloading statistics. They take corrective action, and they've kept it at around about 1% for since 2015. So it's 10 years now. The overloading in the forestry industry has been sitting at around 1%. Compared to 2002, it was about 30%. You're not going to do that through law enforcement alone, that's for sure. And there's a similar trend. I got the latest statistic of the sugar industry, similar. Also, Chris, do you chair that meeting as well? Peter Lyon, okay. And you can see also an incredible improvement from also about 30% overloading to sort of 1-2% overloading in the sugar industry. What's important on this graph is that solid green line is the average payload. And if you know anything about road transport, to increase the average payload by that amount and reduce overloading at the same time is quite a feat. And that's done by using onboard load cells, because commodities like sugarcane and timber can vary quite considerably in terms of their density. So it's not always easy to know how much timber or sugarcane to load. So if you've got onboard loads, so you can manage your payloads very well, increase your average payload, and virtually eliminate overloading. So now you're preserving the road network. That's what we're trying to do. This is an example of the city of Cape Town when I think they're about the only government fleet that are certified. Unfortunately, we should have more. But they started off where only just over 50% of their vehicles were being serviced on time. That's 900 vehicles. This is the electricity support department. Mostly LDVs, but they have big trucks as well. And it took them 6 years to reach their target of 94%. 94% of vehicles are serviced on time. That's an example of putting a policy and procedure in place and continuous improvement. So when you implement RTMS, you're not expected to go from where you are to 100% in 6 months. You've got to put things in place and you gradually improve as you. Some of these things you can't improve in a very short time, but you can see their fuel consumption reduced considerably. 24% reduction in fuel consumption over 8 years or so. Yeah. And this is another really good example from OneLogix, their vehicle delivery services. I think you know them, car carriers. And this shows their crashes. So in 2016, they had 126 crashes. And in 2023, they had 7. So there's a vast reduction in crashes. And the blue bars is the kilometers traveled. Dawn Logistics fines, 218 fines down to 46, crashes 37 down to 20, driver error crashes 19 down to 5. So you can see there again they've really managed to address driver error crashes. Third-party crashes is another issue. Breakdowns, and they had a 23% reduction in fuel consumption from 2013 to 2017. Which they attributed mainly to driver behavior, a reduction in speeding, harsh acceleration, harsh braking, etc. And then talking about managing risk, in 2014, they measured 60,000 speeding events from their telematics system, or 300 per truck per year, which they reduced to just under 5,000 in 2017, or 19 speeding events per truck per year. So that represents a reduction in risk. If you're having that many speeding events a year for each truck, you're going to have more crashes for sure. We've also, from the case studies, seen a lot of qualitative benefits that are some difficult to measure, but these are some of the things related to drivers: reduction in absenteeism, improvement in driver wellness, reduction in breakdowns, drivers reporting, improved driver behavior. There's a lot of these more qualitative benefits. So where are we now? 17, this was now December 24, 17,000 motorized vehicles. You can see about 1,600 buses. The graph on the top right, you can see since COVID, there's been quite an acceleration in terms of the number of fleets, just almost 400 fleets or depots that are certified. And if it's important to look at the breakdown. So there's quite a large number of fleets that are small, 1 to 5 trucks. There's 73 certified fleets, small operators. And then you can see the different breakdowns. I think the one fleet that is over 1,000, that's Golden Arrow Bus Services. They have about 1,100 buses. So as I sort of suggested earlier, I would say less than 50% of the trucks on the road are compliant. And law enforcement has a very low impact on trying to improve that situation. And what we're trying to do with the RTMS standard is, irrespective of law enforcement, try and move that vertical line more to the right, so that we have more and more trucks on the road that are compliant, and that will improve not only safety, but also the efficiency of the network in terms of road freight and other road users. So my experience over the last 20 years is that the major impacts have been driver training, managing speeding, managing fatigue, driver hours, reducing overloading, and improving vehicle servicing and maintenance. So we want to prevent overloads to preserve our road networks. We want to improve vehicle maintenance to reduce breakdowns. And very importantly, we want to focus on drivers, improve drivers, and then thereby reduce crashes. So Kathy, gee, where's Kathy? Gee, you've been very quiet. I thought you would be jumping up and down, and that's my introduction. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Always awesome and interesting, and it's great to be part of the project, which is, yeah, it's close to our heart. So next up, we've got JC Auditors, the MD, which is Oliver Naidu, and they were the first certified and first accredited certification body. They're now certified across all standards, all ISO standards. So that's quite awesome. He's got a great team that's behind that. And in fact, you were the first certification body that actually assisted our customers. Initially going back to 2012 to become certified as well. So it's great. So welcome, Oliver. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Kathy, and good morning, everybody. I know Kathy said that Paul was a walking and talking encyclopedia. I'm afraid I'm not going to be following on that. And I think Chris mentioned that all good things come from KZN. There are a few exceptions to every rule. Paul Nordengen is one of them. Okay, that was my weak attempt at a joke. And as you can see, as an auditor, we aren't accustomed to making jokes. And clearly, the fact that you didn't laugh confirms my competence as an auditor. Okay, so I'm going to chat to you about RTMS. I think most of you are familiar already with the requirements, but just to reinforce what the standard requires of you and to possibly convince some that may not be fully aware of RTMS, of how it can benefit an organization. Now, the RTMS is a national standard. In fact, it's the only standard that provides a guidance for commercial fleet operations. It's written by the SABS Technical Committee, TC241, where a number of us, I think Kathy, Paul, Chris, and a few others sit on the committee, together with actually Siyabonga there as well from NDOT. And the intention is actually to make the standard as relevant, applicable for commercial fleets as a framework that can guide them to safety, compliance, and efficiency. It is applicable to consignors, transporters, and consignees, but to date, we've had limited sort of adoption by consignees, with the notable exception of Exaro, Coca-Cola SA, and an SAB to some extent. But I think we are certainly working on getting the bigger corporates to understand the critical role that they play in driving the supply chain. Often we hear of the unlevel playing field where, you know, contracts are issued primarily on rates without taking into account the safety cost. And we are trying to advocate for the bigger corporates to look not just at the cost of transport, but also at the safety performance of a transport operation. So there's 4 pillars to the standard, and I think Paul has already mentioned that. So I'm going to skip through that slide and that one as well. Now, I think Chris might have mentioned, or somebody did, the whole aspect of culture change. Now, as a transporter, you guys know, and girls, I should say as well, one of the most difficult things to do in any business is to change culture, and to do it not just as a once-off, but to maintain the culture change to deliver on the desired end. So here's what RTMS requires. There ought to be a structured system in place, and the structure should be sustainable. Now, one of the challenges that we see in audits, which we have conducted for, I think, almost 20 years now, often a business, transport or mining or agric, whatever, a lot of energy goes into the initial development, initial systems implementation, but often the lack of sustained and consistent implementation is where the problem lies. And if you think about it, a transport company that's very compliant, how is it that one day there is a major crash and not on the other days? It's because on one day, one human error or one wheel nut that wasn't perhaps properly fastened, and that causes major catastrophes. So the challenge with the RTMS is not so much developing the framework. It's how do you change culture to ensure consistent implementation day in and day out. So it ties into the whole concept of self-regulation, which is consistent with all the other ISO standards. And these standards all advocate development of policies and procedures, in other words, planning. The D is for doing or implementation of the plan, and then checking, monitoring and measuring. How does it go, the old adage? You cannot improve what you don't measure. So measurement is absolutely critical. And that's why you'll find in the RTMS audits, the auditor often will ask for the KPI at the beginning of the audit, because that will often give the auditor a good handle in terms of where are the gaps, where are the risks in the business, and on that basis, the auditor will then look at identifying the potential processes that might need improvement. Now, the audits aren't specifically or aren't focused on finding non-conformance. The audits are focused on understanding the risk of a business and making sure that the key risks in a transport business are adequately dealt with. And if there's a specific department, technical or operations or HR, for example, that may have higher risk, then the auditor would look at that as well. The current standard has 13 elements in it, and each element does require for there to be a formal procedure or process confirming how does the company meet the requirement. Excuse me. So the certification, as many of you would know, is issued per contract, or sorry, per site, and sometimes per site per contract. So for every certified entity, there is a specific number of fleet vehicles that will comprise the certification. The question we often get asked is, if I have 8 depots around the country, will I need to certify all 8 in one shot? This is ideal and first prize, but the standard makes provision for a staggered approach where you do one site at a time and then roll it out nationally as per your discretion. Things like licenses and permits, inclusion of subcontractors are all part of the requirements in the standard, and these are discretionary. So if you do have like 3 or 4 subbies working under your main business, if you decide to include your subbies under your business certification, then it would imply that you would need to ensure that your subcontractors are compliant and they provide you with the data that you need for the audits. Now, there's a couple of pillars, and this is one of them, loading control. Okay, we know that overloading is illegal, so there are some liability issues. If a truck crashes, overloaded, insurance may not pay out. But the safety risk is obviously a big one. A truck that's overloaded, I think Paul mentioned, is more likely to have failure. Braking efficiency, handling is compromised, etc. So the standard says when one is loading a truck, there should be a defined loading method based on the commodity, and the method must be verifiable. So the auditor will say, okay, you've decided on a specific method. Can you show me how do you, in terms of your own method, make provision for compliance with the combination mass limits, and how do you make provision to ensure the load is distributed so that the axle mass limits are also complied with? This can be done by physical weighing, which is first prize again. So if you do have onboard load cells, or if you're lucky enough to load at a site where there is a weighbridge, that's first prize, but often it's not possible. So if you are loading pallets or any commodity, you need to ensure that the method you define can be verified, both from a theoretical perspective, and then perhaps more importantly, when the auditor will request for a sample, they will choose at random a number of trips, and for each trip they will request that kind of a document, a source document, to confirm that the tonnage is exactly as per what is captured on their spreadsheets. And often we know in the bulk commodities, it's a lot more difficult to control in a bulk commodities like coal and timber than it is to control loading D5 fridges, which is what one of the big clients that we do work for, that's their niche market, is appliances. What is important though is that you'll need to submit a monthly record of all the trips that have been loaded, and to indicate what is the percentage of trips overloaded. We do allow a 4% tolerance currently. In other words, due to practical considerations, it's almost impossible, I would say, to load 100% on point every time. But certainly the tolerance should be minimal in terms of extent. So you can't have like an 8-ton overload, for example. But anyway, the auditor will look at it in discretion, and the goal is to ensure 0% overloading as we progress. But for PBS, which Paul will talk about later, there is no tolerance on your load masses, what has been issued to you on your permit. Loading conditions, loading limits. So each commodity does have different types of parameters. So if you are loading dangerous goods, for example, or if you're loading abnormals such as car carriers or other abnormalities in terms of mass or dimensions, the auditor will then apply those specific guidance, be it SANS 10231, which is a document that's applicable to dangerous goods, or they would apply the permit conditions for abnormal loads issued, etc. So depending on what sector you're in, the loading must be compliant with the industry sector. Sometimes we find the oil companies may have their own requirements. Then we use the oil company requirements in the audit as well. Now we are, I think it's common knowledge that traveling at an unsafe speed is one of the leading causes of crashes globally. So here the standard says one needs to have a policy or process that confirms and promotes driving at a safe speed. And now it doesn't always imply the speed limit or regulation. So it might be 80 kilometers per hour is allowed on the national road, but your safe speed policy should ensure the driver takes into account things like traffic density, weather conditions, road conditions, like on the N4 or N12, high mist conditions will make traveling at 80 impossible on certain seasons. So it's not just about a very theoretical policy, but having a policy that's practical and that the drivers have been trained on how to implement it and apply it so they are in fact safe on the roads. Then one would also need to ensure that all speed violations are detected, so typically telematics, to configure your telematics report, to provide you with weekly data that you can then use to coach, to mentor, counsel, and retrain your drivers. The idea is not to necessarily penalize drivers. I think we all are very keenly aware that drivers are a scarce resource. So you want to use your existing pool and change their culture. So you would decide how to approach it, but certainly we find the bigger corporates and the progressive companies look at counseling, training, mentoring as a key mechanism for improving compliance. That's just a typical example. And as you can see, it makes provision for the different speed. I can't see too clearly on my side, the different sort of zones and exactly what actions are taken when non-compliance is detected. So like I said earlier, telematics is generally what we look at for the audit. So the auditor would typically say, for fleet numbers 10, 15, 19, for the month of, May, can I look at the monthly data from your telematics report and confirm that the speed limits have been complied with? If there are anomalies, which often is the case, can you demonstrate that the respective drivers have been counseled, retrained, or worst case disciplined? The standard also requires for there to be accident and incident investigations to essentially promote the need to not just pay a claim or just kind of not fully acknowledge the cause of the crashes, and specifically rather to understand what are the root causes and how can we as a business identify the trend and then mitigate by looking at that specific process. So this one drills down to the causes: fatigue, driving, cell phones, and I can't see, but excessive speeding, etc. So essentially you want to understand what are the major contributors to crashes. And we are seeing certainly on quite a concerning trend where fatigue or lack of fatigue management is increasingly becoming a factor on the long distance audits, the audits we do on long distance trips. The same principle is applicable for traffic offenses. You can't just pay the fine and forget about it. You've got to track it, record it, analyze it, and manage the drivers. And if it's a mechanical or technical issue, to manage the workshop staff as well. I know RTO isn't much in the topic nowadays, so I'll skip it. But effectively, if RTO, if and when it does come into force, having a system to manage traffic fines would be critical to avoid driver licenses being suspended or cancelled. Vehicle maintenance is another key requirement in the standard, and here one would need to have a defined schedule, both in terms of your truck tractors and your trailing equipment, having your intervals documented, defined, and in addition to that, having your tires managed. So the tires are analyzed at least every quarter, specifically for tread depth and inflation pressure. And a number of these areas I probably wouldn't need to go into too much detail, but they do have economic benefit. If tires are underinflated, for example, it affects the rolling resistance of the truck, which pushes up your fuel bill. So it might seem, or it might sound to some folk as regulation or a bit sort of bureaucratic, the requirements. But if you think about it, these requirements have a direct cost benefit. One crash could cost 300,000-400,000 very easily. But by implementing a system and mitigating it, you actually save the cost consequence of non-compliance. And tire management, in my view and what we see, is one of the most unappreciated areas where companies can get a cost saving and improved safety compliance as well. It's like even a puncture. I mean, if you manage your tires correctly, you can possibly minimize punctures, blowouts, etc. Pre-trip inspections are a requirement of the standard. So, and of course, most of this nowadays is being automated via an app or a device. So the drivers ought to be trained on how to check the trucks, and each configuration will have a slightly different checklist, but it should be checked. The auditor will again take a sample of trucks over a month or two and require the company to show evidence that the trucks have been checked and somebody has authorized the vehicle for departure and validated that the truck is in fact safe for usage. Driver wellness, again, it's been an area that's been marginalized. In fact, drivers in general have been marginalized to a large extent in many of the fleets that are on the road. So here the standard says one needs to have annual medical fitness checks done on the drivers, specifically to identify if they have chronic illnesses, such as diabetes or hypertension or other issues that could impact on driving. And for these higher risk drivers, there ought to be a customized mechanism to manage them because of the higher risk they present. The other area in terms of fatigue is looking at shift schedules, having a driver roster in place, having rest days allocated, and often we find the whole debate about single drivers, dual drivers, which is better, which is higher risk, etc. So whatever you decide on, define it, monitor it, be able to substantiate the basis on which you've defined your driver shifts, and all of these factors, in fact, at the audit, it's always viewed in context with your incident and accident statistics. So if you say this shift schedule is working for you, we'd expect to see your incidents confirm that it is in fact working. And the same would apply to other areas as well. Driver competence, as it's called in the standard, but it refers to driver training, and not just training from an academic perspective, which is probably not as desirable as the whole concept of culture change. So how do you plan your training initiatives? How do you conduct briefing and debriefing? Are the controllers, I'll call it, passionate enough to make the drivers understand what's happening on the roads? Are they involving the drivers in day-to-day discussions around safety, around compliance? So it's not just academic. And this is where I think there are some gaps. People assume an academic session and you tick the box and that's good. Sure, it ticks the box, but to make a meaningful impact, it's about having all the people who are engaging with the drivers fully kind of demonstrate the safety culture and commitment that is needed. Innovative means of engaging with the drivers, that's critical. Things like safety days. We're busy now looking at a company that has an app where they are monitoring drivers prior to start of shift. It's a little game that they play. And from a baseline that's pre-established, they can gauge to what extent is the driver off his baseline fatigue level. So that's the kind of innovation one would need to look at in terms of managing drivers holistically and to deliver on the end of safe trips. Many of you who are in the driver training space will recognize this concept, which is SIPIDA, scanning the environment, identifying the risk, predicting what could go wrong, deciding how you would react, and then executing the behavior. It's a fundamental concept of most driver training programs, where they train the drivers on predicting and then deciding what they will do, and if it does happen, execute accordingly. Fatigue management is also required as part of the driver training component. So things like, often we underestimate our humanity, if I can say it that way. It's like when we go to bed at night, none of us recalls the specific point at which you actually fall asleep. If you think about last night, do you remember getting into bed? Probably feeling a bit drowsy, maybe reading a bit, but you'd never recall the point at which you fell asleep. And drivers are the same. They might think, I can make it the next 10Ks to depot or the 5Ks. Yes, I'm tired, but I can make it, but actually they can't. So training them to identify the signals and making them self-aware is a key part of the training component. Like any audit, one needs to have records, documents in place so the auditor can validate that the required systems are implemented. And as I've mentioned, I think earlier, the RTMS requires a quarterly compliance report to be uploaded on the website, and that is purely quantitative data, saying what's the, oh, Mavis, I didn't see you there. Hi, Mavis. Overloading percentages, your crash rates, your traffic fines. So it's about having your data, being able to support the fact that data is accurate, and uploading the data as well. And so, yeah, in conclusion, those icons, I think, depict the key areas of the RTMS standard. And yeah, if you want to have further information, you can just drop us an email or even give us a call, and we'd be happy to discuss with you. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Oliver. That is amazing. It's always good. And it actually is, it's one of my passions, to be honest. So I happen to work for Standard Bank. That pays the salary, but the real stuff, the passion stuff, is around what RTMS does. So in the room, and welcome Mavis. She came in a little bit late, so we didn't officially welcome you. She's also on the RTMS board. So welcome. Thank you for joining us, Mavis and Tlangu. Thank you so much. And then next up, it's Johan Kruger. He's the MD of Kalahari Autoforce, and they do mainly manganese and bulk commodity transport in the Eastern and the Northern Cape, and they're busy with other exciting projects, but this is going to be a treat. Now, bearing in mind the challenges in the market around commodities, so welcome, meneer, dankie. Thank you for flying all the way in from Gqeberha. We are so pleased you're joining us. Thank you, meneer.
Good morning. Thank you, Kathy, for that introduction. My name is Johan Kruger, as you said. I'm from Kalahari Autoforce. Well, we named actually just Autoforce as of late. And yes, we operate in the manganese industry, commodity industry, and very proud supporters and of the pilot project, RTMS, and specifically PBS as well. With that said, my journey with RTMS started already in 2004, specifically in the forestry industry. We were the second or the third, if I can remember correctly, company that became RTMS compliant and or accredited at least. What prompted at that point in time was we had a massive accident. Actually, two of our vehicles that came the opposite direction. One was coming from the mill, the other one was on its way to the mill, and had a head-on collision, and subsequently both drivers lost their lives. The N2 was closed for 6 hours, and it was almost on every front page of local newspapers. And I was about 24 years old, fresh, and I was in that position literally for 2 months at that point in time. And I said, we need to change things, and because I obviously didn't want to be in a position like that ever in my life again. And what I can confirm is once we became RTMS accredited, things changed immediately. It changed drastically as well. And by the time I left that company, we had no fatal accidents up until that point in time when I left. And and as I will point out, RTMS, being RTMS compliant makes a significant or has a significant positive impact on your company. Also, with that said, and what I can also say is, Oliver Nadu is one that actually accredited us at that point in time. We did the audit, so our journey has came a long way. So when me and my brother started Autoforce specifically, there was no debate in terms of whether we're going to be RTMS compliant or not. That was compulsory for us. So for my presentation, normally in an event like this or in a workshop like this, a lot of the companies will give you statistics in terms of how RTMS benefited them and what is the benefits of it and those kind of things. But I wanted to specifically present something different to you and specifically to the manganese industry where we operate. The reason why I say this, I want to basically point out the significant growth there was in manganese, why there's so many trucks on the road, because we need to understand why there's so many trucks on the road and where is the growth coming from. Because if we understand the growth and why there's so many trucks on the road, we can actually plan better. We focus a lot on the commodity that we transport so that we can plan ahead. It doesn't help, just putting more and more trucks on the road, as we can see in South Africa. It's specifically happening at the moment where there's a lot of trucks on the road, because that will create an unsustainable situation, which we have in a lot of areas, especially in the coal industry and also certainly in other areas. We have a lot of trucks on the road, and that creates a very unsustainable situation. So we try to understand that, and then through the PBS project and through running a sustainable transport company, we're trying to mitigate these risks that are posed. So for the first part of my slide, I'm going to focus a lot on the manganese industry specifically, and that will answer also a lot of questions and will also show you why we're doing the things that we do. All right. So first of all, let me then start. Kalahari Autoforce basically is let me just see why is this not working. There we go. Who is Autoforce? Autoforce is a transport company, a logistics company based in the Northern Cape. Our head office is in the Northern Cape. Our core business obviously is offering sustainable logistics solutions to the manganese and iron ore mines in the Northern Cape. Autoforce, as I said already, is an RTMS compliant company or credit company, and we operate mainly on 3 routes, which is down to Port Elizabeth, and then also Saldanha, which will start very soon now, and then also in Luderis, where we're currently building a warehouse there in that port. Also, which is important, we specifically delivering cargo to our own facilities. We don't need, in general, do transport just from one point to other for third parties. We're mainly trying to focus on transporting commodities from the mines to our own facilities. The manganese in contents, specifically, as I said, because that's in general the most commodities or product that we transport is specifically manganese. So manganese in context, again, South Africa, specifically the Northern Cape, is estimated to host approximately 75 to 80% of the world's manganese resources. South Africa supplies less than half of the world's demand. There's a lot of statistics regarding that, but it's anything between 36 and 45%. So obviously you can see there's obviously a lot of scope for growth in that regard. Manganese is listed also one of a critical mineral. There's only 50, so one of 50 critical minerals. Subsequently, what that means is that you cannot use a substitute. You have to use, if you need manganese, you have to use manganese. In 2023, 2024, South Africa exported 20.6 million tons of manganese. And then the manganese, the contribution to our GDP was roughly 49 billion. What is manganese used for? Obviously, predominantly in the steelmaking process, some chemicals and batteries. Specifically batteries, the biggest demand for manganese and the growth is going to come from batteries. We'll point that out now shortly. South Africa relative position in manganese demand, there you can see, in the orange tab there, you can see 73%, as I said, sometimes up to 80% of the, some other statistics show that up to 80% resources within South Africa, 36%, that changes. Some years we will supply 36%, other years it will go up to 45% or so. So very relatively low in terms of the resources that we've got. So in going forward and looking forward in a couple of years, you can see the most manganese will come from South Africa. It has to come from South Africa, which will put a massive demand or massive pressure on our logistics. And this is very important, and I'll show you shortly why I say that. Now, manganese in volumes for the 2022-2023 financial year, and this is where it starts getting interesting, which will point to the things that we do and why we do it and why it's so critical to understand this. Tons, of this 21.6 million tons that we exported in 2022-23 financial year, 14.3 million tons was railed. 7.3 million tons was transported by truck transport. Effectively, that means 33% of all the manganese that we exported was transported by road. In 2019, manganese transported by road was only 3.1 million tons. And obviously now in 2023, it was 7.3 million tons. This means it is a 135% increase in road transport just in the manganese alone. Rail remained, from 2019, remained the same up until now, this last financial year, roughly 14.5 million tons, which means effectively remained static, no increase in rail capacity. Iron ore, on the other hand, and I'll speak to iron ore shortly as well, just a little bit as well. In 2021, 2022, 23, you can see we exported 54 million tons, 56 million tons, 50 million tons. So you can say roughly almost double than what we in manganese. Our market share is fairly low, 3.5%. There's other sources that estimate that slightly higher. And none of that, almost none of that is transported by road. However, I've said this already about a year and a half ago. I said that we're going to see some iron ore going onto road now as well. There was a lot of a debate regarding that. We have actually seen that happening this year again. Our company itself has not transported any manganese for this year. Our trucks have been transporting iron ore only this whole year so far. And this is exactly what we say is going to start happening. Now, the point I want to make here is, if we're transporting double the volumes in manganese, we're exporting double the volume of iron ore compared to manganese, what is that going to mean for our road infrastructure if we're going to see iron ore migrating now to road as well? We don't understand those figures yet because we don't know exactly how many tons are going to export by road, but we do see an increase in road transport now with iron ore specifically. So that is very important to keep in mind. Now, if we want to put that into numbers specifically, what it means if the 7.3 million tons of the 2022-23 financial year, those 7.3 million tons that was exported by road, that meant it was 192,000 truckloads at 38 tons roughly for the year. That means it was 384,420 truck trips full and empty for the year. This is specific to Port Elizabeth. So I'm referring there specifically, there was a little bit running to Saldanha as well, but most of the manganese was running to PE. So coming down from Northern Cape, 1,000 kilometers roughly down to PE. This gives you about 16,000 truckloads per month, which means actively at the moment, there's 1,456 roughly, give or take, trucks transporting manganese every month, which is a significant amount of trucks. This gives you obviously 32 million kilometers traveled per month, 11.85 million of liters of fuel used for those, and then also 31,640, I think it's 31,600 tons of carbon emissions emitted, obviously during those transport, moving those volumes per month. Now, looking forward, because we're going to get to now, what does that mean in going forward? Just quickly see. So we'll get to that now. So just give me a second. It's skipping a slide here for some reason. Why is it doing this? All right, I don't know why it's skipping the one slide specifically. All right, let me just go to this then. I don't know. It's okay. The previous slide, I'm going to skip that slide. It's this slide. It's skipping this slide. So I don't understand exactly why.
Sometimes there's a resolution problem. So we can, if it's urgent, then we can.
No, don't worry. It's fine. Okay, so the previous slide basically just speaks to the forecast, the demand outlook and the forecast specifically for manganese. Because we also understand now, because remember, we as a logistics operator and that has these sites at the ports exporting manganese, we need to understand, what is how the commodity is going to grow. Because from our point of view, we cannot just go and put more and more trucks on the road to bring the cargo to our site. We understand that that is unsustainable. We understand that, moving commodities by road in fact, already by itself is unsustainable. It has to go onto rail. But now that we don't have enough rail capacity, trucks are moving the volumes into our facilities. We cannot just put more and more trucks on the road, as I said, because it is unsustainable. And also, it creates bad sentiment under the public. It damages our road infrastructure. And there's many reasons why that is not sustainable. So we had to look and see, okay, well, fine. If that's the case, what can we do to help mitigate this? Because essentially this is putting a lot of pressure and risk on our business plan. So we had to understand and see, okay, well, where's the manganese going? How much manganese maybe are we going to export in a year or 2 or 3 years from now? So we can understand and prepare for maybe the influx of trucks or the growth in the trucks. And is there something we can do so that we can mitigate that? So looking at that, we and unfortunately I can't show you the slide, but from all the data that we could gather and from what we can and the studies that we've done, manganese is set to grow at 5% compound annual growth rate of 5%. That means our volumes are set to grow roughly 5% per year. Currently, I just verified it last night. I checked the various Transnet reports and so on. The manganese has been growing at 10% since 2013 to 2023-24. Manganese has actually grown 10% from South Africa. Now, obviously, our growth will be a little bit higher compared to maybe the rest of the world because we sit with all the reserves and we started with a very low base. But the fact of the matter is, in all essence, manganese is set to grow with 5%. So if that's the case, so let's assume manganese is set to grow 5% compound annual growth rate every year for the next couple of years. How does that going to speak to the numbers? And this is where things really start getting interesting. So meaning currently, if I may, here you can see we transported 2023, 21.6. So increasing that with 5%, it will go from 21 to 22, 23, 25, 20 to 28. We will eventually get to 27 roughly. That means this is the kind of, so this is what the numbers should grow with respect to the truck and transport. So let's assume we're going to keep the truck because we don't want more trucks on the road. We want rail to take up that capacity. This is not taking capacity away from the road transport. It means that Transnet just needs to take up the growth. This means that Transnet need to increase the capacity from currently running 14.3 million tons. They need to grow it, as you can see the bold figures here down below. They need to increase it from 14.3 to 15 to 16, 17. That means by 2028, Transnet needs to transport 20.7 million or 20.27 million tons of manganese per year just to take up the growth rate of the manganese. That does not even speak to the current manganese that's transported by road. Now, unfortunately, and that means a 41.7% increase in rail capacity. This is what Transnet need to do just on the manganese in order to make sure no more trucks are going onto the road, or trucks doesn't increase at least. Unfortunately, from understanding what is happening with Transnet, and there are good guys in there, they're trying their very best, and we do have faith in Transnet that they will start increasing their capacity. However, from what we understand, for the next 3 years at least, there's not going to be a significant increase in capacity with Transnet, specifically on the manganese corridor. So what does that mean? This means by 2028, we're expecting the number to grow from 7 million tons to 12.56 million tons of manganese getting transported by road, which means effectively truck transport is set to grow with an additional 72%. And that is significant. And this is only manganese. That doesn't even speak to iron ore, which is double the volumes. And this is the point I'm trying to make here. That unfortunately South Africa sits with all these commodities. I was at a mining in Durban last year, and there was a lot of these guys that I forgot their names now. What the geologist? I think it is. Is it a geologist? And they said that we have not even scratched the surface. That's their words, not mine. In terms of our commodities that we've got, South Africa is very rich in commodities, resources, and as I said, we can still mine a lot and we can export this. But that does put a lot of pressure on our infrastructure in terms of our logistics, getting it from where it mined to the port. So this is So this obviously is the point I want to make. So just putting that in numbers, then again, so from 2019 to 23, you can see an increase of 135% from 2023 to 2028, we foresee another 72% increase in road transport. Effectively, that means from 2019 to 2028, we will see roughly a 305% increase in truck transport on the manganese corridor only. Rail transport increase from 2019 to 2023 was 0%, obviously, and then rail transport from 2019 to 2028, if they do increase in 3 years from now, we will see a slight 5% increase. Look, and again, this is subject to a lot of things. A lot of things can change, but that gives you a rough idea of what is happening. And obviously, if we want to see a significant increase, Transnet can't increase their capacity just with 5% or 10%. They will need to increase rapidly in order to make a significant difference. Currently, what the manganese transport looks like at the moment, that 7-point-something million tons that I told you that is transported with a typical trailer unit combination that looks like this. 90% of that at least is transported by those kind of units, the 20 cubers as we call them, with the 8 super singles. According to a lot of statistics and also by CSIR, those are specific vehicles, are specifically the vehicles that are causing the most damage to our road infrastructure, because all the weight is carried by 8 trailer tires, not even duals. Data has also shown that 30%, and it aligns nicely with what Paul said earlier in terms of the forest industry. And we can see that data because remember, our site there receives a lot of this cargo coming into the site. So we can see the data and we can see the trucks offloading on our site. Data has shown that 30% of these trucks are overloaded. And there's a big difference between deliberate overload and accidental overload. Accidental overload, 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, maybe half a ton. Deliberate overloads, 3-4 tons overload. This is the kind of overloads that we see. We've implemented a penalty system now. If a truck is overloaded, a deliberate overload, it has to stand for 4 hours penalty. So we will not offload the truck for 4 hours. And that started in the forestry industry. I remember that as well from my days working in the forestry industry. And then also data has also shown that these are the kind of, the tipper industry obviously is the most trucks on that corridor. It's also responsible for the most accidents on the Northern Cape PE corridor. This is just an overview picture of our site, our PE site. This is also a picture of about a year and a half or so ago. You know, we created that site and with Steinbach Bridge, we're in a 50-50 JV with that site specifically. And that site, sometimes we do up to 1,000 transactions of receiving trucks and dispatching trucks in a 24-hour cycle. That means that we've got 4 weigh bridges there, and we can do every minute. You know, every minute a weigh bridge can do a transaction, a truck can either weigh in or weigh out. Outbound is all fully automated with RFD tags, so there's not even operators involved. The truck literally stops on there, a robot goes green, a slip is getting printed next to the truck, and it drives off again. So very effective, very efficient. Because again, our mindset about what we do is trying to be as efficient as possible, and that all started with the whole PBS project as well. Our own approach to transport. You know, these are the kind of vehicles that we are using, our PBS units. We carry a 52-ton payload compared to a standard 35 or 38, I mean, payload, or 37, whatever the case may be. And again, you know, it's 35% increase in payload, and then this contributes to 38% less trucks on the road, 24% safer. This is RTMS data. 17% less road wear, 22% less fuel per ton, less carbon emissions, obviously. It's highly regulated, and so we've got minimal overloads and speedings. As I said, I'm not going to go too much in the detail. I just wanted to give you a broad idea how we do it and how we see the industry. And then obviously it's more cost effective. We've got a roughly a 3% overload. That was last year, and the reason for that is we see that's mostly weigh bridge errors. You know, where we 100% load correctly loaded when we load, but when we get to our own weigh bridge, we slightly overloaded. So that is how we and this, in our opinion, is the future, and this is the fleet that we're busy expanding as well. We've got quite a few of these units. I think we've got 74 of these units now running. And the whole idea is also to get the mines to buy into this, to get the mines to support PBS, because it contributes positively to our industry. And the whole idea is to mitigate all these risks that I just spoke to. These road trains, these are all the units that we used moving the cargo into the vessel. We've got 20 of these running currently in PE. It made a massive difference because, you know, the first thing that was very important for us, we reduced our trucks with 43% moving the same cargo, you know, and that obviously, you know, is very, very positive. Again, 41% more fuel efficient, 34% less road wear. And obviously we have a payload of roughly 61 tons. If you take the skips into consideration, payload is 55 tons. So has made a significant impact, a positive impact in our industry, and also the method how we load our vessels. This is one of our newest units that we've started trialing since last year. We're expanding this units now as well. We're very proud of this project, and these particular trucks will reduce the tipper trucks on the road with almost 50%, 47% to be exact. So for every truck that we're running, we're reducing the other number of trucks with 47%, almost half. So this is replacing 2 standard trucks with one of these units. And again, as I said earlier, you know, this is not about because we want to see whether we can generate more profit or whatever the case may be. This is driving innovation so that we can give the efficiencies back to our clients so that they can compete on a global scale, because obviously they don't have rail capacity, and also to make our industry safer and also more sustainable. Exactly why we changed our slogan a while ago, you know, saying that we want to be innovative, efficient, but also ultimately sustainable. We want to make sure that we contribute to sustainable industry through our PBS pilot projects that we're running. The reason why I've put this up here is it doesn't only speak to trucks, it can be tractors as well. There in the Northern Cape, there was a mine specifically that sat with a huge issue. They've got They've got a mine situated 80 kilometers into the Kalahari. There's a gravel road running through the farms, past a lot of houses to the nearest railway siding. They had trucks moving the cargo up and forth, and it was created chaos because the trucks were speeding, the trucks were breaking down on the road, creating a lot of dust. The farmers were complaining. There was a lot of accident on the road, and we came to them through our experience with the PBS project. We came to them and said, well, we can implement these kind of units, and we replaced, I think there was about 40 or so trucks running. We replaced that with 10 of these units running at 30 k's an hour. Only 30 k's an hour, hardly kicking up any dust, moving more volumes on a sustainable manner. And now the farmers are happy, the mine is happy. It came with a huge reduction in rate as well, and now everybody's happy, you know. And we're getting praised, you know, by the community, by the town council. So it shows you, if you put your heads together and you involve the mine and you involve the community, you really can come up with clever ideas to mitigate the issues. Yes. This is, I'll just quickly, our Luderitz project. We're very proud of this project as well. Busy building a warehouse, which will be completed end of May. In Luderitz, a small port. It's exactly the same kilometers distance from like PE from Northern Cape. Luderitz, similar in Namibia. Luckily, Namibia supports PBS. They're running the PBS project there, pilot project there as well. And this facility, which is which I wanted to basically elaborate on, is the fact that this facility will be fed with commodities from the Northern Cape with PBS trucks only. No, this facility is built to accommodate PBS trucks only. So we're going to feed this warehouse with PBS trucks only into the warehouse, loading the vessels with the conveyor belt straight from the warehouse into the ship, making it a very effective, very efficient warehouse. And just that last remark that I put there on the bottom line, if we would have used standard trucks, we would have needed 256 trucks to feed this warehouse, the commodity, on a monthly basis. This is the amount of trucks we need. Now that we're going to go PBS, we're going to need only 161 trucks. So it's almost 60% less trucks that we're going to need to feed this warehouse. So you can obviously, that speaks to a lot of positives as well. If we just combine, you know, if we compare, you know, normal trucks to PBS in the manganese industry specifically quickly, I'm using the statistics on the 52 tonners on the right PBS, which we're currently running. The new ones, obviously the numbers will be much better, but let's just look at those numbers then. If the normal trucks, obviously, number of loads, I mean, per year is 339. If we could have used PBS trucks only on the manganese industry, we would have reduced that number with almost 100,000 truckloads per year. Again, you know, the number of loads per month. So normal trucks, we have 28,000 truckloads. If we would have used PBS, we would have reduced that down to 8,100. We would have reduced it with 8,000 truckloads per month. That, and we would have needed, obviously, this is now 2028. Eh? So if you can see it on the left top corner, we say basically by 2028. Because the reason why I say this, if we would have started putting our minds to this now and we start changing things now and we say, well, PBS is a method to mitigate the risk and to make this the industry better. And let's assume by 2028 we can have PBS running only PBS running on that corridor, running manganese. What will the numbers look like? And this is what I'm trying to say here. So basically, if you look at the yellow highlighted column there, you will see by 2028, if we don't have PBS trucks running, we will need 2,572 trucks running manganese, permanently manganese. Where if we're running PBS trucks, we will need only 1,800 trucks. So it's 700, almost 750 trucks less trucks that we need, moving the same cargo. That again speaks to much less kilometers that we have to travel, much less fuel that we're going to need to use, and obviously we'll give you almost 11 million tons less carbon emissions for the year. So that is the numbers, obviously significant. And again, you know, this is just one industry. This is only manganese. I can tell you now, if you start running the numbers in the coal industry, on the iron ore industry, the chrome industry, the numbers are going to be very similar. And this is the point I want to make, essentially, is that we need to see PBS not only for the fact that it's compliant, it's safe, it's less road wear. It can also reduce the amount of trucks on the road, that making our industry more sustainable, making our corridor more sustainable, but also making our mining sector more sustainable. And this ultimately can help us, you know, obviously moving our industry in a responsible matter, moving it forward. Last closing remarks are basically just for interest sakes, you know, South Africa currently has the highest number of trucks versus GDP in the world, which points to the fact that we don't have enough rail capacity. This is why we have so many trucks on the road. We don't have enough rail capacity. That's why we've got the most trucks on the road versus GDP. 80% of all cargo transport in sub-Saharan Africa is commodities, which proves my point. And I'm saying we've got a very vital mining sector, and which is very important to our economy. And the fact that we're transporting 80% of commodities speaks to two things, that we do have a lot of commodities that's getting exported, but we don't have enough rail capacity. And then 70% of if you combine all the rail network in the whole of Africa, if you combine that together, 70% of that exists in South Africa alone, which is very interesting. So we do have the infrastructure, or at least we had it. We just have to, unfortunately, it's not operating the way it should, but unfortunately, and hopefully we'll get back to that one day. Truck transport must support rail, not to replace it. So, we say that often because a lot of transporters will think, if rail doesn't come back, or, it mustn't take back some of our cargo, or it mustn't interfere with the industry, because otherwise we're going to lose market share. That's far from the truth. We can only have a healthy truck transport industry if we have a healthy rail industry. Truck transport needs to support rail, because what you will find is if you have a lot of trucks transporting the commodities, rates are getting driven down because the mines cannot afford truck transport. So what happens is that they drive the rates down, and eventually you have a truck transport industry that's running at rates that is not sustainable. And effectively, that means trucks that is not compliant, trucks that is not maintained properly, taking shortcuts, all those kind of things. I mean, there's a whole list. So trucks should support rail. The majority of the cargo should be on rail, and then the excess material can be transported by a healthy truck industry. That is very important. And then lastly, our opinion is that PBS will contribute significantly to efficient, compliant, and most important, sustainable road transport industry. So that is, from me. Thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate it.
As usual, thank you, Meneer. You do not disappoint, and it's just interesting numbers. And I think there's always a debate around, whether rail-centric products should be on the road or not. The reality is, you do need the rail capacity and efficacy. I was in Kotu recently, and Kuruman, and the stockpiles, the iron ore stockpiles have stockpiles. So it was buyer. So the reality is that although yesterday we had a presentation by some of the port executives, Johan was also here, where they're talking about how Saldanha has improved in terms of efficiency. However, you need a well-functioning rail system, and I like that. It's the multimodal approach. Very good. And then we do have a surprise. We're going to add in Willie Kutsia from the Durban Chamber of Commerce on the port side, who's also going to speak a bit about the container corridor recovery, which they're focusing on in terms of exactly what Johan was speaking about. And that is that you're getting a well-functioning transport system, road network, rail network, and obviously efficient ports. That's important. Okay, good. So next up, we've got Crusade Logistics. We've got Bradley and Magdalene. They're going to be presenting the Crusade Logistics story around RTMS and the journey. So we're going from bulk commodities in Sartipers and PBS units to bulk commodity in trailing combinations on tankers. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Evidently, we're not public speakers, so we kind of have two of us here to help each other, piggyback off each other. A big thank you to the delightful Kathy and her wonderful Standard Bank team for affording us again an opportunity to share Crusade's RTMS journey since inception of the company. So my name is Magdalene. I am from Crusade.
And I'm Bradley. And I just came back from Valcom, and they definitely got bigger potholes than we have in Durban. So we're going to get straight into it. Thank you. We've learned so much, and we're going to try and not be repetitive. But I think for all the speakers that have come before us, we can see that there are a lot of like-minded people in the room. So we share the same ideas, the same concepts, and we have key focus areas. And yeah, we appreciate the partnership from RTMS and JC auditors. I think one of the speakers before touched on it. None of us here have arrived. The conditions, the challenges are evolving, and so we're continuously improving as a company as well. So just to get into it, we want to focus on the culture at Crusade, chat a bit about our footprint and the risk. Currently, we deliver approximately to 6% of the country's retail network, and that's where the core of our business is in. We're going to talk a bit about standards, just at a high level, our safety first approach and safe deliveries. A lot of emphasis has been on infrastructure. And like I just said, I had a first-hand experience of potholes. About 2 months ago, I saw a pothole being repaired on the M7, and it horrified me. And so there was a contracting company, which I won't mention, who it was a stack of tar, and he scooped up a bit of tar, ran across the road, and threw it into the pothole, and then ran back. And when I saw that, I said, hey, we've got no chance of doing that. And so we can spend a lot of time on whether we're going to be able to improve infrastructure, but we don't want to contribute further to the problem. And I think that's what our culture around RTMS focuses a lot on. So in terms of infrastructure, we have a lot of standards. We're guided by our standards. We're guided by the processes, the systems that we have in place in terms of the load quantity, in terms of our driver behaviors. So I'm not going to go through everything, but we've not had fatalities. We've not had major accidents. And all of that is a part and parcel of what we do in the journey in the partnership. The systems that we have in place are similar to a lot of transport companies, but systems are just that. It's just the description. We focus a lot on the people, on the training, on the ongoing development. We focus on open door policy. We focus on listening effectively. Our drivers spend more time on the road. They cover the greater distances. They understand the risks. And our trip this week was in a vehicle, and we think a lot about driver psychology and what they have to go through. It's difficult. So we encourage open conversation and ideas generally in the system. Safety first culture, we big on a loss prevention system. So a lot of near losses, a lot of preventative, proactive discussion around what are the risks that are facing us. Every time it rains, I'm sure everyone will agree, the road infrastructure deteriorates even further. So we have conditions that are worsening by the day. And so everything we can do to be preventative contributes towards that. There's a top-down approach, a bottom-up approach in terms of enforcement, but a top-down approach in terms of leadership accountability. So we get involved in the organization by doing the tasks of what every worker in our organization has to do. So we physically go out for inspections, physically do the checklist, physically check the flashcards that are used. Physically, we go to the terminals to try and understand the conditions that our driver works. And that just drives decisions in terms of better working operations. Thanks.
So who we are. Crusade Logistics, we were founded in 2015. We've been with our journey with RTMS started in 2017, and we've always been with JC Auditors. And this logo, tried and trusted, yes, JC Auditors is tried and trusted. They come in, they have really, really strict audit processes and requirements. And I think their work keeps us honest and keeps us safe. And that's the main purpose for complying to all of these standards. RTMS is not just a sign or a certificate. It's not just a placard on our vehicles. It's a lifestyle that we have adopted across the various departments in our business. So who we are a transportation company. We transport petroleum. We were founded again in 2015. We've grown substantially over the years. In the past 3 years, irrespective of economic challenges, we've had substantial growth. with a fierce CEO, Wesley Naidu. He comes with a great vision, really good goals. 2025 this year, our vision is sustainable growth. And this year we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary. And one of the main goals that we had for this year was to achieve our 50th vehicle. And within the first quarter of 2025, we are so proud to say that we have achieved it, irrespective of the economic challenges that we're facing, irrespective of the diesel prices, irrespective of the demand challenges. We are aggressively in the market, and it all boils down to the safety aspect, and that's where RTMS comes in. So vehicle standards via RTMS. We have a really good management system that takes care of our fleet compliance, fleet capability, training. We focus a lot on training. Safety first is our standard. Goal zero.
Yeah. So a lot of emphasis is placed on, and we're covering it at a high level without going into too much of detail. So fatigue management, definitely important. Employee well-being, we do the periodic medicals, but it was an interesting point about the game where we're assessing the conditions of the drivers. They drive long distance, they're carrying hazardous product, and they have to deal with increasing delays at the loading facilities. So we focus on employee well-being and a big focus on driver times to adhere to that and to make sure that before they depart, that our drivers are in the right condition, both mentally and physically. Informative awareness, our company inductions, public safety campaigns, we have ongoing toolbox talks, and we have safety drills. So there's a culture within the company of doing risk assessments on site, but also in assessing our drivers before they go out. And our training programs evolve, so we don't put anyone behind the wheel without the proper certification. We have a buddy system where they partnered with an experienced driver. They go through all the necessary training protocols and to make sure that they're equipped to facilitate the deliveries. And then there's ongoing monitoring, evaluation, and innovation. We've recently been certified to conduct our in-house training. So there's a lot of competency tests. It's no just because you're in the right mindset and you're trained and qualified today that lasts you a lifetime. So there's ongoing periodic checks in terms of competency as well.
So the whole process with delivering petroleum, there's various aspects, part of the process that has a lasting effect of training that's required with our drivers. So the first part of a delivery when we're delivering petroleum is the vehicle is empty. This is where everybody gets involved, and I'm not just talking whether you're management, whether you're in the accounts, whether you're operations. Accountability is a standard for everybody within the business. So when the vehicle is empty, this is where our vehicle checks come into play. KPIs come into play. From management level, we all have certain standards, certain levels of accountability from us. So we do vehicle inspections. We do a comprehensive tire management survey. We have a fully fledged technical team who make sure that every single vehicle check is validated. Drivers have to do their own vehicle checks before they even take the vehicle onto the road. We target a lot of coaching and training with our staff. Incident sharing and toolbox talks, very, very important in our line of business. Every week we make sure that there's a toolbox talk that runs down across the regions, and it's shared, and it's all about training and coaching, like any incident that happens on the road, whether it's related to our company or not. Sharing information prevents a lot of incidents on the road. The second aspect of our delivery process is loading. This is where we take the vehicle down to the gantries. We got to make sure that that vehicle is compliant to load. There is a lot of oil industry requirements together with our RTMS and ISO accreditations. So our drivers, they need to understand and they need to adhere to the customer site and the facility requirements. We have to comply with safe loading instructions. That's a SLP. All of our vehicles, we have SLPs directly from DECRA. This is there to prevent, obviously, underloading. A thorough vehicle equipment inspection for compliance and safety. We have, I think, our biggest challenge and our biggest risk factor is not actually when the truck is loaded or when the truck gets to the site. It's on the road. The risk is on the road. And that's where in-transit comes into place. So we make sure that every truck, every delivery, every driver, they have a JRA. They got to know exactly where they're going at. Everybody knows about that one incident that happened a few years ago under the bridge. The driver didn't have a JRA. You know, you got to have a route risk assessment that's done. On the road, we manage fatigue. We have a whole fatigue risk management system. We manage defensive driving. We have live tracking within our vehicle. Thanks to C-Track, who's sitting right here, we have C-Track implemented on all our vehicles. So we have all of these, these alarms and alerts that comes through all levels of management, whether it's picking up driver fatigue, it's picking up if a driver is using his cell phone, it's picking up if a driver has a passenger in the vehicle, it's picking up speeding, it's picking up, even if it's got a pin that if he's not, both hands are not on the steering wheel, it's picking it up and it's alerting us. That is how we manage our people. We even have the live camera system. And I mean, we don't have the live camera system to constantly watch our drivers. No, it's there for their protection, you know? So the systems, we monitor driver violation monitoring, their speeding, distractions, phone usage, unauthorized passengers. And then they come to the sites, the delivery points, whether it's commercial sites or retail sites. We got to make sure our drivers have to make sure that there's a qualified and trained fuel receiver. There's post-trip checks, there's driver communication, there's adherence to safe loading, offloading procedures, protecting and upholding the corporate brand. You know, our drivers, they're basically the face of the company. We always say this, there's two things within our business that we focus more on, and that's our truck and that's our driver. We keep telling our people that we gotta protect the assets. The assets is what puts food on the table, and we gotta protect our people, our drivers. And we constantly tell them that you got to be mindful when you're on the road, because you got to think that you got to come back home to your loved ones, to your family. And so we put a lot of focus on our drivers and our trucks. So yes, it's protecting, upholding corporate brand reputation and site-specific hazard identification and risk assessment. One of the things that Paul mentioned was near misses. I remember 2 years ago when we did this, when we were part of this workshop, another young lady that we had representing with me, she pointed out 2 near misses. One was at the start of the workshop, we weren't told where the if in case of emergency, where we needed to be. And then she pointed out all of these that's here, you know, it's a tripping hazard. And I see today, the first thing that they did was they pointed out exactly where we need to go in case of an emergency. And the second thing I noticed was all of these were clearly taped, you know, to prevent an hazard. And that's what near misses are there for. Near misses drives down incidents, it drives down accidents. So that is why we enforce that with our people. Whether you're on site, whether you're on the road, report your near misses, report site-specific hazard identifications.
Yeah, so thank you. I think just as an overview, all of our entire experience at Crusade, from when we start in the morning to when we get into the site, all of it drives the culture that RTMS brings into our company, and it leads to safe deliveries. We recognize the product that we're carrying, the risks, the ongoing challenges that we'll face. But I think with the system implemented, we definitely see the value. It's definitely supported a safe culture, the safety of our people first, the safety of our infrastructure, and the safety of our customers and other road users. And being the guy in the team, I definitely took this slide, which is the best one of the lot. So thank you for your time. I took the short one. And yeah, hope to see you guys soon. Thank you.
are now mobile. Okay, so thank you so much. We did a little bit of a program swap around. So next up, it's AK Kamdar, and then he will give you the little USB mini here to load up. But we're on track. We're 2 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're good. And are you going to just plonk it in? Okay, young Harry will sort this out. But yeah, so thank you very much to the Crusade team. It's always
Thank you.
exciting. And Magdalena, Brady, thank you so much. And young Wesley, who's the boss man. Thank you so much. And we also love the fact that we were instrumental from ground zero to help you grow your fleet and to exponentially increase the fleet as well. So it's quite exciting. So is their commitment, their complete for road safety and a culture of absolutely being compliant every day, every minute. And yes, indeed, it was I who last time did not show all the things. So I made a point of training. I made a point of it. So yeah, so thank you so much. And young Aka, thank you. This is also exciting. So you're going to see every presentation is slightly different. So it's got to start, but there's a continuous message. And that is about compliance and doing the right thing, even when no one else is looking. Thank you. Thank you. All right. The floor is yours. I'll put this down here. Harry, you want it. And you need water. There's water for you here.
Well,
It's not all sugar.
okay, so the water thing worries me because, being Muslim, we have Eid coming up, and you have the ritual slaughter, and before you slaughter the animal, you give it a sip of water. So, okay, good morning, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I think, for me, it's a really great sign that we're celebrating companies that are on this journey, but also celebrating milestones, 50 trucks, 10 years. These are incredible achievements, especially in light of the economic times we find ourselves in. So I think it's important to recognize that the RTMS is not just a compliance tool, but it's also like a kind of foundation for a transport business that allows you to achieve this kind of growth and consistent performance. So I think the underpinnings of a transport company is really what brings a lot of confidence from the customers, the drivers, and the people in the business. So by way of introduction, I'm an engineer, and I found myself in road transport around 2010. Worked for a company, KDG Logistics, but more recently, I've been working with the Smart Freight Center, developing a green freight program for East Africa, covering 11 countries. So my role here is to actually give you a vision past RTMS. So what happens when you tick this box? Is it the end of the road, or where to from here? And I draw on the experience we've had as KDG Logistics. We were certified in 2013, and it actually opened our eyes to a whole lot of opportunities within the business around where the business could evolve to and what could be the drivers of success. Okay, how this works. So one of the things I did along the way was I wrote a book on road freight sustainability, which kind of describes a journey of transformation of a road transport business where you could achieve economic and environmental sustainability simultaneously. So I think it's important to take a step back and understand, why the focus on CO2 and why net zero matters, because that's really where the industry is heading. So delivery performance, safety performance, all of that is kind of what the customer takes for granted now as sort of the accepted standard, but now you have to have a unique selling proposition for any transport business. Climate change is real. We've passed the point of trying to figure out where we are in the landscape. The Earth is on average about 1 degree warmer than it was 100 years ago, and we're heading fast towards the 1.5 degree mark. So it's not a new crisis. The first paper on climate change, or the link between CO2 in the atmosphere and the temperature on the ground, was written by Svante Arrhenius, a Swedish scientist, in 1896, which is roughly about 150 years ago. So it's something that we knew about, but it's been brewing and accelerated by industrialization. The impact of this will be generational. Our children will carry the burden of what we generate. More than 50% of the man-made CO2 in the atmosphere was generated in the past 50 years. So that's certainly within my lifetime. So we'll be held accountable by future generations for the legacy we've left them. And road freight carries a disproportionate share of that burden. where in transport, freight accounts for roughly 42% of all emissions. And road freight in particular, if you look at all the freight modes, is the biggest culprit. The bad news is with growth in freight demand, it's predicted that current emissions of logistics will more than double by 2050. So any of you that's facing customer demands for reduction in CO2 emissions also need to understand that this is also in the face of rising demand for freight. So while freight demand is expanding, we're hoping to reduce freight emissions by 50%. So it's actually like a 75% reduction of emissions based on future actual demand. So one of the good news aspects is that if we can focus on freight vehicles, where it's only about 4% of the global road-going fleet, it's also accountable for roughly 36 to 40% of road-based emissions. So if we can improve the emissions performance of our freight vehicles, it has a huge impact simply because of the actual emissions per vehicle per day. So I think, with that context, I think we need to take a view on road freight and its impacts on society. The positive impacts are some things that most people don't think about when they look at freight. They think of trucks as those monsters on the road. But the reality is that trucks are key facilitators for trade. It's essential for society to function. Just about everything that we eat, wear, use in our daily lives has been carried by a truck. So without road freight, life as we know it ceases. But society tends to focus on the negative impacts of road freight, traffic congestion, road wear, air pollution, and road accidents. So we've got to, while we celebrate the contribution we bring to society, we've got to look at how to mitigate the negative impacts. So what is the RTMS? I think everyone's given you the description of what is the RTMS, self-regulation, voluntary compliance, blah, blah, blah. But essentially what it does is it builds a foundation for responsible and efficient transport operations, while at the same time promoting driver wellness and safety. In other words, it's like a safe operating system for transport in basic terms. But I think in looking forward around best practice in road freight, we need to figure out what is best practice. On-time delivery performance is a standard expectation of clients. You don't get a naughty badge for that. Cost effectiveness, you don't get a naughty badge for that either. Safety, no, it's taken for granted. There's no naughty badge for that. But being climate smart is something that could become a unique selling proposition for transport businesses. And working toward net zero is something that a lot of the global FMCG groups are looking for from their freight service providers. So it could become the new competitive advantage. And I think that really companies that are working towards RTMS need to look at both the process alignment towards RTMS, but also what RTMS delivers towards climate smart business development. Now, a bigger driver for change could be if you could harness this whole climate smart thing to increase your net profit by 30 to 40%, which I think in most cases, the company owner would be quite delighted that, if you went back after this event today and said, I'm going to increase our net profit, he'd be happy with that. I know my boss, if I told him I'm going to make our company safer, he'd be like, we're safe already. If I say we're going to make more money, he's how much? Let's do it. So I think in essence, the RTMS is a great first step towards reducing overloading crashes, improving maintenance, improving overall efficiency, and setting a foundation for transformation. So in global terms, freight accounts for about 10% of global CO2 emissions across all industries. And in Africa, we are highly diesel reliant. And green trade actually demands that we lower our emissions. And green trade is something that is being imposed on us by foreign trading partners with regulations like CBAM, where they look at the emissions outside of their borders that emanate from the kind of goods that flow into their borders. So we've got to get from being climate or being responsible operators, which the RTMS kind of propagates, to being climate champions, which is kind of the next level. And also, there is a profitability factor in that. So there's a good driver for change in that. So the RTMS is kind of foundational with the load optimization, route optimization. All of that stuff is really good. The maintenance through telematics, predictive maintenance, driver wellness and scheduling. I really like the stories you brought forward there. But I think going forward from that, once you've got all that tied down, the focus could really shift to eco-driving and performance enhancement of the drivers which really directly correlate to significant profit improvements. CO2 reporting is, in many instances, when you work in global supply chains now, a requirement, certainly within a lot of the new contracts. And what that necessitates is that you have an understanding of the GLEC framework, as well as, in some instances, the new ISO standard for road freight emissions reporting, which is ISO 14083. So when looking at fleet transformation, it's important that we establish a baseline, because without taking stock of where you are, it's very difficult to build a trajectory going forward. And the RTMS is really very good at that, giving you a grounding in the systems side of things. And very often the use of telematics is foundational in that. With that, you develop a strategy for cost reduction, CO2 emissions reduction, which kind of go hand in hand. You engage and incentivize drivers, adopt clean technologies where required, and then you measure, report, and verify your emissions reductions. And I like it if you can also calculate the profit increase at the same time, because that is a really good driver for that change. So beyond the RTMS, it's important that we look at reporting standards for CO2 emissions, and we embrace smart telematics and dashboards. A lot of the large telematic service providers really give us good insights through the telematics dashboards. And there are some new startups that are developing intelligent driver incentive platforms. I'll show you some screenshots from one of those very soon. But in essence, I implore you, those of you that are on RTMS journeys, to look at how you can evolve those journeys to develop a unique selling proposition. And for those of you who are still looking to embrace the RTMS, I'd like to give you more selling points to take to senior management to get them on board in the RTMS journey, so that they can understand that there's more to it than just ticking a box, getting a certificate on the wall, but it will make them more money in the long term. So, one of the things that I love doing is frightening the audience in terms of what is road transport's actual burden in CO2 emissions. And the reality is that a single truck driving long haul Durban to Joburg that burns about 300 liters of fuel in a day will emit 972 kilograms of CO2. That's the actual number. So if you've got 50 trucks on the road and they're doing long haul, that's about 50 tons of CO2 per day. So I think if we understand that that is within our locus of control, then I think it changes our perception of the CO2 burden that we as road transport companies impart to society. One of my friends on LinkedIn describes the way transport operators generally operate is that we take money for the work we do, and our emissions falls into the global sewer of emissions, which is the air that we breathe. It's a strange way of putting it, but it's a very real perspective. So in understanding that CO2 burden per truck per day, it's vital that we figure out how to calculate these emissions. Very simple. Just multiply the number of liters of diesel consumed by 3.24, and that gives you your overall emissions. Report those emissions to customers that require it, but also work towards reducing those emissions. And there is a positive profit impact in that. So emissions accounting is the science of how to report emissions. There's two ways of doing it in broad terms. One is estimating emissions. I dislike that. It's an overestimate in most cases. But using the actual fuel consumption data, which you can get off your telematics, you can get accurate CO2 estimates of your freight emissions burden. So again, if you have customers that are focused on that, it's really nice to give them a trip-by-trip account of their CO2 emissions. So essentially, the 4 steps of sustainable transformation is report and calculate, set targets, reduce your emissions, and then collaborate in the industry to propagate that, which is what we're doing today. Now, going beyond that, there are customers that will demand strategies that go beyond what you're doing currently. And there are roughly 7 pathways towards a net zero freight solution: battery electric trucks, electric road systems, biofuels, hybrid trucks, LNG and CNG implementations, hydrogen fuel cells, and hydrogen combustion trucks. So electric trucks, fairly simple. You replace a drivetrain with electric drivetrain, you got a big battery, off you go. Electric road systems is kind of what we had in South Africa up until about the 1960s, 70s, where you had trolley buses that were running down West Street. Not many of you are old enough to remember that, but we actually had electric road systems where the trolley buses had cables and they had overhead transmission lines. Biodiesel, biomethane, very difficult to implement at scale. Hybrid technologies, there is actually a project in Durban currently to develop a hybrid truck. And their first prototype is on the road, and they're building their second prototype now. LNG, CNG, that is one where there's a promise of increased profitability through the low cost of the LNG, CNG, but there have been hiccups in supply chain around those gases. But also, a lot of the savings that comes from using LNG and CNG are from it not being taxed as a road fuel. So the moment that goes up at scale, there will be a tax levied by government to compensate for the road tax that's on diesel. Hydrogen fuel cell. Many people believe this is the technology of the future. I believe in it as pure hype. As an engineer, as a scientist, I've looked into the actual data, and hydrogen fuel cells is not a miracle cure. It, in fact, robs our energy system of about 75% of the usable energy. Hydrogen combustion truck combines the worst of diesel combustion and hydrogen fuel cells into one really inelegant solution. I'm not a fan, as you might realize. So why electrify? Electrification of road freight is, in the long term, the only net zero solution that will work. And that's based not just on where the competing 7 technologies are currently, but where the future trajectory is of that technology development. So in looking at how to evolve road freight, we have to understand that our problems are long-term problems. The assets that we buy live with us for many years. So we need to look at what is the solution, evolution, so that we join the right ecosystem. So the correct one is, first, fix what you got. Reduce the emissions of the trucks you're using right now, and then work towards the next generation, which will be electric. Excuse me. So battery electric trucks, there are some anxieties around range and things like that, but strangely enough, more than half of our freight tasks are within the urban areas where most electric trucks can be competent right now. CNG, without a doubt, increases emissions by far. Methane is 34 times worse than CO2 as a greenhouse gas, and typically 8 to 12% of all methane that enters the engine leaves out the exhaust unburnt. So disaster as a transition fuel. Hydrogen fuel cell. Hydrogen itself tries to escape from any containment system. So, and it is on its own a greenhouse gas. So hydrogen is a non-starter in my books. Hydrogen combustion trucks, even worse. This gives you an illustration of the overall energy efficiency. So in a diesel system, you get roughly about 40% energy efficiency at best out of the diesel system. Direct charging of electric vehicles, you get an overall efficiency of about 73% of energy. And a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle gets an overall efficiency of about 22%, which means that if you have 100 kilowatts of energy, and if you have a competing hydrogen fuel cell truck and a electric truck, you will get 3 times the distance, 3.5 times the distance on the electric truck that you will get with the hydrogen fuel cell truck. Again, not a fan of hydrogen fuel cell trucks. So very important when you look at the competing technologies. Most people look at just the cost, the TCO, but I think also understanding that we live with our assets for a long time, ecosystems that we build would be with us for a long time. It's a long game. Pick the solution that has the right long-term benefit. So here you will see how battery prices are declining over time. So electric trucks cost will reduce. The energy density of the batteries is often correlated to the change in battery chemistries, and those chemistries are improving dramatically over time. We're now at the point where CATL gives a 1 million kilometer warranty on some batteries. You're getting batteries now that are pre-commercialization that can charge completely, well, 80% charge within about 8 to 12 minutes. So we're seeing in Europe the standardization of megawatt charging. So you're going to have trucks within the next 5 years that can operationally directly compete with diesel trucks. So it's not a new technology. Electric vehicles have been with us for over 100 years. These are real pictures, stolen off the internet. So some people suggest there's always this naysayers and pro-petrochemical lobbies. They suggest that the creation of the battery itself creates so much of emissions that it's worse than a diesel truck. That's nonsense. Some calculations that were done in Sweden, a typical truck battery of around 500 kilowatt hours, the total emissions that is involved in the building of that battery end to end is made up for by the first 84,000 kilometers driven by that truck, which is roughly 6 months of driving. And from there on, you are actually in the green. And some people say at the end of life that battery is going to become a mountain of batteries that we're going to have to deal with. And the reality is your typical first life of an electric battery in a truck is going to be about 8 years. From there, it would be used in stationary storage for about another 8 or 10 years. And from there, because of the huge cost of that battery, we will then break it down and take out the chemicals and use them to make new batteries. The battery makes up about 40% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So we need some enabling policy measures in our country. I lobby government day in, day out to try and push for weight and dimensions allowances, tax rebates, charging support. I work with a few different organizations trying to get infrastructure on the N3 for electrification. And we're also talking about developing our ports into green ports. So there's a whole lot of things you can do to reduce your emissions. This is like a menu of what can be done. But typically in that menu, there's about 20 to 30% savings on fuels. That's real money that you can bank. So what if I have no money to invest but still want to make a difference? Honestly, getting the management of your business right, deploying the RTMS, working on freight efficiency within your business, there's easily 20 to 30% reduction in fuel that's possible there. Driver training, we've achieved a better than 20% improvement in that. I think at best we were around 24%. I'm working with a startup that's developed a driver incentive app. What it does is it puts the journey in the driver's hands. So driver incentives generally work out to be something that drivers see as like a carrot and stick kind of thing. But here you give the driver upfront. This is your trip. This is where you're going to. This is the number of kilometers you're doing. This is what you achieved previously. This is your target. And if you hit your target, here's 150 or 250 bucks for you. And what happens is when he stops anywhere along his journey, he can see whether he's in the green or in the red at the end of the trip. If he's in the green, the money gets paid into his hand immediately and he's happy. So if he doesn't get the money, then, for him, there's a disappointment factor, and hopefully that will inspire him to do better the next day. But ultimately, the immediacy of that reward, we hope, and the immediacy of the feedback would bring him into the conversation, and it would go from the cat and stick thing to proper driver engagement. So in conclusion, where we are right now is actually the most significant shift in road transport since the invention of the automobile, this whole transition that we're in right now. And it's not just a technology shift, it's an energy transition. And it is the only way to achieve our climate goals. Our industry needs to change, and it is cash positive. That's the good news. So thank you. Thank you for your attention. That's one of my qualifications that I'm very proud of. It's also the customer expectation in logistics. Every customer expects us to do magic. So, thank you.
Positive change. So we're gonna have Jace. Jace is going to give us a bit of a presentation, and it's quite interesting. I think the theme of the day has been that we're consistently interesting and relevant. Right here. So young Jace, he's going to give us a bit of an overview on the Accountability Index and the LMS, which has also been developed in conjunction with the World Bank. There's a big launch taking place later on in May. But it's interesting to see what the industry can do, and it's around obviously extraction of data. And I think constantly the theme's also been that we've got a lot of telematics service providers in the room. And one of them, by the way, is Freeway. Young Jono, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being part of the process. He already started yesterday, so he's got like double value, double discount, double all and the team. So it's really quite cool to see what they do. So this clearly from a telematics point of view, and it was also quite good. Some of your underpinning platforms that you utilize are also in the room. Yes, which is good, is it not? Yes, it is. And then, of course, our other big sponsor and partner, we call them a sponsoring partner, was young Oliver from JC Auditors. I think he did an amazing job around what it is that they do. And they still continue to be a partner to promote best practice. That's fantastic, young Harry, is it not? So thank you also, Oliver, to you and your team for always being consistently available, committed, passionate, and supporting around what is best practice. And also, well, we will give you a real. By the way, see, he can do that because he's actually also a Standard Bank customer for how many years? Since 1982. How cool is that? Lovely. Thank you very much. We must make a fuss. We must make a fuss. Where's my Standard Bank colleagues in the room? I think they're online. Okay, dokie. So next up, we're going to go straight into Jace giving us his presentation. Thank you very much. And then the program will definitely not run over time because one of our presenters can't be here, but we're going to immediately supplement that with another presenter who is Lily Kutsia, who's going to give us a quick overview on the corridor work that they're doing under the NLCC. So in other words, this is prop full value. Young Jace, your turn.
Thank you, Kathy. Privileged to be here. I was going to let Harry do his thing. Okay, everyone can hear me clearly? Right, super. So what we're going to be presenting today is two aspects. You're getting double the value for this 20-minute slot. And I'm going to keep my watch going because we are in the logistics space and apparently we're supposed to be efficient and on time and all these things. So to make sure that I am that, I'm going to just put my watch down here and we can start. So our vision in terms of the logistics monitoring system is really to enable supply chain stakeholders to adapt in ever-changing logistics environment. It's never the same. You know, you just drive the N3, you'll know it's not ever the same. And that is and by doing that is by giving easy access to trusted, holistic and unbiased information around the performance that we find on the logistics networks that we monitor. So what is the LMS? The LMS is a platform which is uniquely designed to bring vehicle monitoring data together with port performance, vessel tracking, and corridor incident information. And what we're trying to do is that we bring these best of breed of data technologies together so that we can provide useful information. I always say that there's a sea of data out there and only islands of information. And that is the challenge in today's environment. We're bombarded by data on a daily basis, but it's very difficult to actually just get down to the real facts. And it takes effort and time to distill what those facts are. And like Johan did a great job earlier today, taking lots of data and actually distilling it down to us in something that's meaningful and insightful and actually gives us some kind of direction. So with our best of breed technologies, you know, just some key things that we do behind that is, you know, data anomaly detection, management, layered data approach, because one set of data doesn't give you the full truth. And it's about layering more and more data elements over each other to give you a complete picture of what's going on. And in terms of what that means further is that, you know, this allows us to monitor the flow of logistics through countries' entry and exit points. Those are ports, those are borders, and then obviously these are connected by the road network themselves, and that is the focus on what we do. So we can provide this information in near real time, but not just that, it's also providing historic analysis. And the big thing is that we provide an independent view. Okay. There's no narrative we're trying to drive. We allow the data to speak for itself. If we say this is the number, this is the number with the sample we've got. Not what one person would want you to say, but that is the facts behind it. And so it's unbiased, but detailed, and you can get into it. So with the LMS itself, we focus on these 7 pillars. That revolves around visibility. We've heard Oliver speak about you can't manage what you can't measure. So the first thing is just to get visibility, generates understanding. Then we can start looking at efficiency, reliability, risk, and a whole bunch of these things. And each of these asks a specific question in your organization or in your business or the environment you find yourself in. And when you start answering each one of those things, then does it really become collectively powerful? Because until that point, each one is only a part of the puzzle that you're trying to actually understand in the environment you find yourself in. You'll see that I've just popped in the word accountability score there. Okay. And that is because that starts from that societal impact part. We started coming up with this concept about this, the accountability score, when it was about 4 years ago, when you had that truck go through Pongola, taking out a bakkie with 17 kids in the back of it. Remember that? Okay. And it's just about the fact that when you're constantly driving down price, when you are not actually taking cognizance of the environment in which you operate, is that there are these externalities and these negative consequences. And, you know, that means loss of life. I'm sure many of you in this room have experienced the loss of a loved one. These are not things that you wish on people, yet we allow it to happen. So these are the things that we need to try and drive and change. And so the accountability score has actually come from that idea around societal impact. And societal impact also ties into the carbon emissions aspect that we've spoken about a bit earlier. We start understanding that. And then trade has a big impact too. All you need to have happen is the coal price to drop, and suddenly you don't have queues into Richards Bay of 20, 30 kilometers of trucks trying to get in. Winter comes in the Northern Hemisphere. Guess what? You start seeing queues again starting to form in Richards Bay. Okay, so trade has a big impact on what we actually see happening in our logistics environment. So very quick history on LMS. Started in 2013 underneath Trademark South Africa back then, where we were just trying to monitor trucks. And that in 2018 developed and became a bit more advanced, where we really were starting to monitor regional routes. And, you know, this was supported by USAID and SSATP. 2022, we embarked on a bigger project with the World Bank and then the South African Association of Freight Forwarders, where we started looking at vessel monitoring and detailed route monitoring. And then in the last 2 years, we've really progressed much further, brought in lots of additional data sources, geopolitical risk data. And that's really, really interesting when you start looking at it. And it's a pity I didn't have the slide in here. But geopolitical risk events, we must also understand this, is that people move along corridors to get to points, to congregate, to protest, to start trouble. Okay, so you can literally see well-established corridors will often have a lot of protest action along them because it's just a way of transporting people there. We just know Van Rieren's is susceptible. Okay, every transporter has chuckled at that one, ironically. And that's, for example, what we see going there. But just to give you an extent around other aspects that we do and just some key facts. So at the moment, we are consuming about 80 million heavy vehicle records per day. Okay, so per day, we're getting a GPS point every 20 seconds, which we then process, and that generates 80 million records a day. So it's over 65,000 vehicles that we're monitoring. And we get anonymized data. So just to check, we're not a fleet traffic provider at all. Okay, just to be very clear about that. We're not a C-Track or a Mix Telematics or any of these guys, but we consume this data as well as the same what we do with vessels. And so there we are monitoring 100,000 vessel records per week. Long story short, big data, okay? Big data. And we've got geozones. Anyone who's in the fleet space know what a geozone is. A polygon, it's a little line around the map, your zone of that. So we recorded 24 million visits. That's what the kind of counts that we deal with and all the data we do. But it really comes down to that we are monitoring a huge amount of things in terms of border posts, routes, ports, and various aspects like that. So when we get into this a bit further, what does that start looking like? Is that the data and what we provide, example in LMS, can be actually used to enhance border management, for example. It's like, remember we said, you know, there's a sea of data out there, but only islands of information. So here you're starting to be able to get an understanding of regional corridor performance or border performance. You know, if you're doing cross-border work and you've got a couple of routes that you can choose, you know, which border post are you going to be picking at? This starts giving you insights into not only your average turnaround time of that border post, but it's, for example, what's the arrival patterns look like? What is the average queue doing per hour in the day? And it's quite interesting, 5 to 6 in the morning, man, it's almost in every industry, every site, every location, guys, that build-up happens. I ask myself the question is like, okay, why don't I rock up at 10 o'clock rather? Queues starting to come down. You know, how do I change my behavior? So this is where this starts coming into being as a transporter, but as a border authority or as a corridor management or even as a governmental agency, you can start identifying these bottlenecks and identify these trends and actually compare how borders perform, and then actually that can influence policy. And the reason why I speak about influencing policy is because
what we must understand is that, especially when we also look at corridors, and where we can identify corridor usage and speed and volumes and transit times, is that you actually start comparing corridors and how they perform. And why is that important? A corridor is just a series of logistics components, nodes and internodes, right? And that's warehouses and roads and ports and that kind of stuff. But they all compete with each other. We've already seen in Johan's comment earlier on, he said, were they sitting in Kuruman? Kuruman's got 3 options of a port: Saldanha, Gqeberha, and Lüderitz. Okay. So if it goes out of Lüderitz, you must understand South Africa loses economic benefit. Corridors compete with each other. And it's very simple. When you start looking at places like Zambia, they've got literally 8 ports they can choose from. They've got 8 corridors they can choose from. Why do I need to go to South Africa or Durban or Richards Bay? And if from a risk perspective, you start looking at it, it's actually those are probably the 2 riskiest routes for them to take. Why not go east? Why not go west? And every time you ask that question, South Africa loses its capability to compete. Okay, so this is how corridor management and understanding what's going on has an influence. And also, if you're starting to want to add value to your customers as a transporter or an integrated supply chain operator, offering these options and being able to make these informed decisions really starts adding benefit to them down the line. So that's just on the corridor side of things. But also what you also get is that when we speak about policy and the use of it, and Yara hopefully won't be stealing our second speaker after me, much of his thunder, Gerrit Moret, but the data that we generate through logistics monitoring systems has been used by the National Logistics Crisis Committee. You may have seen these reports come out, you might have been exposed to it, but this is the data that's being generated where we are actually monitoring the health of the various corridors. And health I use loosely, but let's put it the performance of these corridors. And that can be around the average transit time. What is the time to move from KM4 to KM7 in terms of the border crossings between Mozambique and South Africa? What is those queue lengths doing? At stages, the maximum queue length in that corridor got up to 40 kilometers. Okay, maximum in the day. And it's still spiking every day. It's more around about 6 at the moment, or 4. I was just going to have a look at the latest report. It came out yesterday, day before. And you're able to then pick out what's going on. And then also what we try and do is we try and link really how the road part of the supply chain is actually working in relation to what's going on at the ports, because the port's a big pull or push factor. So depending on how many vessels are arriving, or if that's increasing, you just know there's going to be more pull on the road. It's quite interesting. We did a little study very, very quickly. We were looking at Port of Richards Bay, and we were looking at queue lengths, and we were looking at the coal price, export coal price. And one of my very clever guys in my office, he did an analysis where with 70% confidence, he could predict the following: that as soon as the coal price went up, anchorage time at the port increased, because now ships are going to wait a bit longer. But you know what? A month later, almost exactly a month later, the queues started developing in Richards Bay, because that's how long it takes for the mine to really get its production up and running, and that flow of that extra volume to come through. Okay, that's big data, layered data, bringing it all together. You start seeing some really interesting stuff. But I'm not only here to talk about LMS, and I'm finishing up with these last 2 slides, but also one of the use cases about risk awareness. And this is kind of like my pet project at the moment. So these are all the corridors that we're monitoring, all the route segments that we've got going here. And from left to right, we spoke about compliance. We spoke about some of these key things that you're measuring in RTMS. Now, what I'm showing to you here is on the left-hand side is that 15% of all corridors driven in the fatigue more than 4 hours. It hasn't stopped. It indicates where it happens the most. Okay. All right. So you'll see that on that 15.54%, that Gqeberha run that Johan was talking about, you'll see from Kuruman down, man, there's some of the reddest sections out there. Okay. But also, there's lots happening in that space, because if you go to the middle slide, it says 9% of all corridors are driven in a speeded state. And here we're given some allowance of being 85 k's and over, right? Okay. So you can see that Kuruman run to Gqeberha, some of the highest speeding N1, some of the highest speeding. Okay. I'm giving the N3 a break here because I know that I've been chased by Volvo 440s. Typically, whenever a truck's chasing me, it's a Volvo 440 for some reason. And it's always from Belgowan down to Maritzburg. I stay in Hilton, by the way. Okay, so I know what I'm talking about. But if you look at those sections of roads, this is what's going on. And then the next thing is which is very interesting, is that we've kind of like put together a general risk ratio. Okay. And what we're showing there is that the indicator risk is that last one on the right-hand side. These are the corridors that you run at the most risk in a mine. And when we're scaling it out like 100%, okay. So 60% is a score here, but you can see that a lot of those East African roads are distributing some of the highest risks. So the more developed the corridors are, there's often less risk involved with them. But the less developed the corridors, it seems to be higher risk. And there's just some kind of ideas that we're putting forward and how LMS and the data that you can use can actually be combined to provide information, insights. And when you start running a route, you know, where you're sitting at. And so, you know, I've just done a case study now for another client where, especially in a brokered environment where you're using lots of subcontractors and you're RTMS compliant, how do you really know how those contractors are performing? Because you got a controller sitting in the room, he's got a screen, watching a screen, and he's already at 99 plus alerts in the top right hand corner or over 1,000 alerts. He hasn't looked at them. How has he responded to them? As a manager, do you know what your risk is? So just some of the things that you must think about. You know, I was very surprised. I looked at it and there's one particular transport in his subcontract. And I thought, wow, 1,500 trips, 3,500 kilometers driven in a fatigue state. Okay, 1 month. That's in 1 month, guys. Single month. All right, so it's very interesting when you start really getting into it. But anyway, we remember I said it was easy to access. So when you got a bit of a gap in time, you're welcome to jump onto the logistics-monitoring.com website. You can get on there. Subscriptions are available. And, you know, it just means you'll have to skip one business lunch and you've paid for a subscription. Okay, so that's what we're talking about, easy access, affordable access. And then there's a lot of custom stuff we can do there. But that's the LMS. It's just about monitoring what's happening in our logistics environments, allowing you to adapt to a changing environment and responding to that by using information that's being derived. And that is one of the key things that it delivers. And how you can use that to actually motivate for change, because it's always nice to talk of something that you can trust. All right, and it's not just yourself, it's also an independent view. And that's somewhere you find some of the traction of LMS. But what I want to get to is I want to get back to the accountability score. And remember we spoke about that societal impact. And when we look at the accountability score, it's really about, and I've heard that word used at least 10 times today, accountability. It's about doing, in my mind, logistics better together. Okay, Johan has spoken about it. It's about the sustainability element. And really what is the accountability score? And you guys are getting the pre-launch version of this. The launch is happening the 30th of May. It is sponsored by the World Bank. It's been done in conjunction with the CSR, ourselves. SARF is supporting it as well. And really what we're trying to do is that the way that the corridor operates and the performance of the corridor is linked to actually company performance of the cargo owner. Realistically, the transporter operates in the environment that is set by the cargo owner. The consigning, the consignor dictates really the environment you operate in. Okay, you can influence it, but the boundaries are set by really them. Let's be realistic about that. Okay, so what we're looking at doing here is how do we link company performance to key compliance areas? Okay, and that is around, for example, consignor loading compliance, customs clearance. There's nothing worse, guys, and I've been in the import business myself. You've had an item leave America, wherever it gets to South Africa and the paperwork's wrong. Okay, it's a real pain. Yeah, we'll stop there. Okay, and especially with the new whole customs RLL process, if you didn't see the notification about a year ago and the subsequent ones, everyone's scrambling to get their RLL registration done on the customs side at the moment. But anyway, we get to understand what these implications are. So foreign transit regimes, it's also about how do you actually fulfill those cross-border elements, vehicle compliance and driver compliance. And why am I speaking to you about this is that we've seen how when you self-regulate in this space, you can actually drive change. And this is, once again, it's a self-regulation concept. for those who do not know, and the company I represent is Crickmay, and we were there at the very early days with Paul Nordengen with what was called the Load Accreditation Program. It was a concept we came up with, and we said we needed some partners. We started working with Paul, and that became then the RTMS that you guys know today. So I'm quite chuffed standing here 20 years later, realizing that the battles fought in forestry boardrooms and sugarcane boardrooms were worthwhile. Okay, it's created a whole industry, and it's also created a very safe and compliant industry, and one that's looking to progress. So I'm not going to go through these slides again in terms of performance improvement, but it's been proven, it's worked, and it's been done at scale. I think that's the important thing I want to leave here. We're talking the whole sugar industry. We're talking the whole timber industry. It was done at scale. 40,000 grows. Okay, boere are moeilijk sometimes. Okay, they can be. No, they're not difficult. They're just independent. And that's why they liked Johan's program, because it was a tractor that they put in the front, not a truck. It had nothing to do with the fancy trailer. There was just a tractor in the front. You could have gotten double the volume if you put double-tired tractor tires at the back. Anyway, so we all know that's going on there. But in terms of the accountability score, I think the important thing to take forward also is that it's followed a methodology. This has been researched. International comparisons have been done. We've spoken to industry experts. We've spoken about what factors of those 5 that we've spoken about influence each other. What has the greater importance and impact? And so it's all about creating this accountability score for who? Remember, it's a score. I've said the word score here. It's actually for the consignor, the cargo owner. All right. Remember, I said that they create the environments in which you operate in. Now what's happening is that the cargo owner is going to be scored. All right. So suddenly when you guys are talking about level playing fields, well, if half your fleet's RTMS compliant and the other half is not RTMS compliant, your score is not going to be 100%. Okay. All right. That's the difference here. So it's holding them accountable, and it's designed to improve efficiency and transparency and sustainability by holding supply chain partners account. Okay. And I think that's the most important thing that I want to get across to you guys today. And when this does get to you, because remember this is being launched, okay, if you're an RTMS compliant transporter, supplying the data, because we're going to ask you for data, yeah, just not another audit. We're not asking for audits, eh? We're not doing audits, just being clear on this. We're just asking for your information that you're already collecting, that you already have on hand. And that's actually going to influence your cargo owner score. How's that, eh? You can almost get 1 over your cargo owner for a change. There are no cargo owners yet. Hey, it's a transport. Just checking. But there are benefits to the cargo owner too. Let's be realistic. Remember, if the whole supply chain improves, if everybody improves the corridor, it means more reliability. I spoke to a cargo owner and I said, "What's the most important thing on a corridor for you?" He says, "It's not actually price." I was actually quite surprised. It says reliability. He needs to know that he can get 1,000 tons a day through that corridor, because you know what? He's made a promise to a client. It's not always about cost. Yes, sometimes that creeps in too. Most of the time it creeps in. But some of these guys, reliability is actually their biggest thing. Okay. So anyway, guys, 32 things we're measuring here. I know that RTMS is focusing on about 5 key elements. We're also focusing on 5 key elements, but there's 32 that we're looking at across the supply chain. And that comes from just like, did the cargo owner send in the customs information well ahead of time? I'm talking 12 hours ahead of time of your truck arriving at the border post. Okay. That's the kind of thing that we're monitoring and measuring. It looks really cool and sexy. That's a really big selling point. Okay. But the thing behind it, it's a live score. Okay. This is not a once-off assessment. I want to be clear about that. There is the once-off assessment, which is the picture on the right-hand side, and you get a report on that. But the other one, all the graphs and stuff, it's live. Okay. This data is collected all the time, which means that the cargo owner will see his score do up and down like this. And if any of you on Discovery Vitality, you know what that feels like when you don't get your points, and you're trying to get a gold and you're like 24, you have to go for that medical checkup, all those ugly things and a colonoscopy and I don't know. That's why you want to keep fit. You want to avoid doing the colonoscopy. All right. You want to be running all day. No one wants to do a colonoscopy out of choice. So that's the kind of thing that we're trying to drive here. It's about it being a life score. It's about to be a way of work, a way of life. We spoke about culture change and all these things. So where we are now, We're in the extension phase where we've added a new site to Glencore. So Glencore piloted this project with us underneath the World Bank. We're running it at Bonnekoop and Lion Smelter. We brought in a new Glencore transporter as well, a SAW. If you guys know a SAW, they're also up there in the Steelport area. They are implementing, we're busy with the implementation with them right now. They're seeing another 2 transporters come on board. The results are going to be publicized on the World Bank site, CSR Observatory, when that comes online formally to the public. And as I mentioned, we've got this World Bank sponsored launch at the end. And that's the 4th week of May, to be clear, 30th of May, and that's where we're at. So at the end of the day, my message to you is together we can unlock Africa's potential for sustainable logistics and trade. I think LMS is useful to understand how you can adapt. Accountability score just helps us do it all better together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chase. It's always interesting, and and I think one of the operators is in the room that is part of the LMS and the accountability score data. Young Jace, am I correct? Is it? Yes, as well. Fantastic. Yeah. So that is quite exciting. And by the way, I'm going to the launch. I've been invited. How cool is that? So just adds more to the knowledge and so on. So, okay, so next up, we've got Gerard Murray. So he's going to be online. He's the co-chair on the NRCC. So he's going to give a bit of a presentation also around the work that they've done, which is all around unlocking, and improving efficiency, reducing congestion. So it's all the good stuff. So you will link up young Gerard Murray. Okie dokie. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We're just setting up here quickly. Gerard, can you unmute? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, Gerard, you're welcome to share your screen and start your own video.
All right, just confirm you can see that screen.
We can see it, yes.
Right, thank you, Kathy and Harry, and everybody that is in attendance and those that are online. As I mentioned, Gerard Murray. I wish I was a co-chair, but just a business lead. So my role is actually to do some of the work. The business co-chair is in fact Lazarus Berida, which is also on the Road Trade Association, and the chairman of the specific work stream is Dr. Mike Masiopata, but I will be quickly explaining that to you. So just to look at the structure of this presentation, I will quickly go through the NLCC objectives, then have a discussion or share with you the NLCC work streams, and interesting what Johan has said in the beginning, and also linking very much with what Jace has said. And then also what is happening on our road transport, border transit goals and objectives, our partnerships and collaboration outcomes, what we've already achieved, and then very importantly, currently, where are we working towards and what are those key initiatives and the supporting programs that we have. So let's just quickly look at the National Logistics Crisis Committee that was convened in May 2023 to support and course correct towards economic recovery. So very much about the impact that logistics have got on the South African economy. So we've got government agencies, specifically in the presidency there, and state-owned entities that's working together, and they are then together with business, and there are a number of the big corporates are very much involved, driven then by Business for South Africa. And then we've got the NLC sitting there in the middle. So what are the key objectives? Is first of all improving the operational performance of the industry supply chains. Now that is on all areas. It's on freight, it's on roads, and it is in the ports. I must say to you that the majority of the attention is on the rail and the ports, but roads are not left behind. We are saying that we need to have a look at that. And I just want to jump to the bottom there. Why? Because logistics makes up roughly 50% of the average value of goods in South Africa. Currently, road transport about 80% of all goods in South Africa. And as has already been said, this is not really sustainable in the long term. We need to get the rail to take on. Now, this is not in competition with road transport. If we can get rail to run, the economic benefit for the country is enormous. And the growth that will spin out of that growth will be so big that it will cover for any potential loss that a road transporter could potentially imagine could come through. Yes, on an individual area, there would be transporters that will be affected, but I can't see that will be a impact that this industry would be negatively affected by it. We have got so much to move, and we cannot get it moved. And the longer we take to move it, the bigger the negative impact is on our economy. Of course, we're looking at how we can modernize the freight transport system, and then also creating enabling conditions for the freight transport system so that it can be more effective, whether that is legislative changes, whether that is exemptions, whether it's in the procurement processes. And when I refer to procurement processes, that links with the statement I've made that the majority of the work is within the rail and port systems and not necessarily in the road system that we have. So how does that get managed? The NLCC is comprised of 8 different work streams. So business is not involved in all of the work streams. Business is involved in work stream 1, which is all about rail and the improvement of rail, and link that into the harbors or the ports. Road transport, and I will get back to that, which is work stream 2. Work stream 3 is the passenger rail, and then work stream 7 deals with security, and work stream 8 is the communication one in terms of that. So the structural reform, procurement and financing, that's not where business plays a direct role at all. So I'm working in the road transport area, and that's specifically what we are looking at here. And there we look at both road freight and the border transport, specifically the land borders that we have, because the ports are actually being looked at under the work stream 1 in terms of that improvement that we need there. So if we now look at work stream 2, our goals is specifically to say how can we improve the safety side of it, how we can reduce the cost of doing business in South Africa, how can we improve the freedom of movement, and then very lastly we come to the issue of having freedom of choice. How can we provide transportation choices that will improve the system connectivity for all freight modes? Now, the first 3 is actually when we started running this, we were focusing on where the burning issues were. So the prioritized corridors that we're looking at is the N2, the N3, the N4, and then exactly one that Johan was talking about earlier is from the Northern Cape down to Quebec. The focus when we started has been on the N4 Maputo corridor. And the simple reason is that there was a burning issue in terms of that at the border on that corridor with a huge amount of queuing, congestion, and all of that resulted in a safety aspect. And we had huge challenges. We had truck drivers and taxi operators in a running battle. We had crime elements coming in, truck drivers being kidnapped, truck drivers being extorted. That criminal element went further into the community in terms of the farms that were targeted. We had kidnappings of farm workers taken into the mountains. So the issue that I'm trying to highlight there is that when there's congestion on a corridor, it attracts a number of unsavory participants that we don't really want. Never mind the fact that it is a huge cost for the operators, for the cargo owners, and then the amount of loss that we have for the economy. Now, the Maputo corridor is roughly about 7% of all the exports that we have in South Africa. And then what happened during 2024, over and above having all of that problems that specifically started in 2023, we also had the Mozambique problem that started in October 2024 after the elections and had a run up until about the last bit of February. And during that process, a lot of the work that we did was focus on how can we keep that corridor running. So you could ask, but you haven't seen anything on the N2 or the N3 or the Northern Cape to Quebec area. It's because most of the attention has been on the N4 corridor. But that is the goals that we are trying to address. And as I've mentioned, when we started, it was very much a firefighting exercise that we went in. So a lot of queuing analysis and dashboards to say what happened on the N4, where is the problem. And what Jace has mentioned very, very interestingly is that data gives you some indication. For example, on the Lebombo border post, your Saturdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays is our busiest period. It's got to do with the fast-moving consumer goods that need to go through, and those goods are targeted or categorized under general cargo, and some of that processing is taking longer. And then you've got the minerals running, which is a very quick process of clearing out. But we needed to understand what is going there. How do we resolve that within that frame of there's no space in that border post? We were queuing onto the N4 and the crime and conflict that was happening. So a lot of challenges, identification, and then we started trying to resolve of most of that. And how we do that within this work group is that we do it in a collaborative basis. We in fact can't do security. We can't do the work of SAPS. We can't do the work of SARS. We can't do the work of the Border Management Agency. But we try and capacitate, guide, give information so that that can happen, and then that improvement could come through, which will benefit the operator, will benefit the cargo owner, and very importantly, will benefit the South African economy. In that, we also issued a number of alerts and the pulse reports. And at the bottom of the screen, you can see the pulse report. And if you want to know anything there, you can ask Jace, because they are assisting us in terms of that. So the pulse report is published every week. It comes out every Tuesday, and it is available free of charge for you. You can just send a mail to inquiries@crickbay.co.za, and they will load you in terms of it. The cost for compiling that and running it is currently carried by Business for South Africa. And we're doing that so that we can have more visibility of it and build that whole process of having one version of the truth, and that everybody can start working on it. There is a process happening right now where that is being validated, the information, to make sure that we can utilize it on a very national basis, but I will be talking about that. Part of what we've also found is that when you share information with the operators on a corridor, you can gain a lot of benefits out of that. So we did a lot of road corridor infographics so that the drivers could understand specifically on the N4 what is happening, where are the problems, how they should react. And could I just ask all the operators specifically, we did a little number plate recognition project. The South African customs process, if you are exporting via road, is very dependent upon your number plate. So if your number plate recognition is not, your number plate is not clear enough or visible enough or clean enough, you're going to have problems when you approach the border post. So it's a very simple aspect to fix up and make sure your number plates are not hanging skew, they are not tied up with all kinds of different methods, but properly fixed and clean and visible. This accountability process that Jace has just spoken about is one of our supporting projects, and I will be touching upon that. The border staging area and process, and I will give you some feedback on that. And there's a number of these matters that we did to bring that problem on the N4 down to a better manageable process. So what has happened is that the queue length has dropped on an average of almost 15 kilometers, and that's the average per day. The peak would be higher, but we then had that on an average of 15 kilometers a day, and is now running around about last week was about 2.7 kilometers, and that included the public holidays, but we've had it touching 1 kilometer, and the benefits to that of the economy is massive. We did a quick calculation just utilizing the Road Freight Association vehicle cost index, fixed cost portion, applied that onto the number of vehicles that were processed via the Lebombo border post based upon the information of number of trucks received from SARS, and that then calculates almost to a 1.1 billion rand saving because we reduced the processing time. And when I say we, it's not the NLCC per se, it's the elements of the agents, what's the right word for that? The government agencies working together with business to capacitate so that we can do that. A lot of this work will now start moving towards the N3, N2, and the areas in Northern Cape to Quebec. So out of all of that firefighting, we currently have got 4 key initiatives and 4 supporting programs. And then there are 2 more processes that is not specifically listed here because it is more activities that we are engaged with. So what is our key initiatives that we're currently looking at to drive and to see how we can build that is the development of a corridor management institution. And when I say the development of that, it's about a visioning document to say, this is what we think it should be, this is how it could possibly function, and then to get that mandate so that we can have it done via government. Unfortunately, the corridor management within the government area, the last work was done at around about 2017, and the Department of Transport has indicated to us that currently they just don't have the capacity to build it further. And immediately we will now say, what can we do to assist in terms of that? So it's a very key element that we need to build in and to say, how can we enhance that corridors, specifically where a corridor has got a land border into it. The second one there is our virtual center coordinating center, where it's all about the data. And yes, we work with the people in the industry. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. So what you've seen on the Pulse report is already what is in this virtual central coordination center. That is where we're now busy with looking at how we can validate and substantiate that this information could be utilized and on a national basis so that we can influence policy from there. So we have to go through the exercise. That exercise is currently being done with the CSIR and with all the participants in terms of that to make sure that we can get that right. So the ultimate aim is that we want to enhance the South African logistic network. We want to have the information visible for everybody, and we want to have a process whereby we can escalate problems to the applicable government agencies, because that's where the mandates are normally to resolve that, so that you can have that reliability, sustainability, and performance onto your corridors, and that issues can be addressed very quickly. In terms of corridor performance, it's critical for us to be able to constantly measure what is happening on the corridors. Jason, his presentation was alluding to that. So we are working to see how we can have that, to have the correct performance measurements there, so that we can ensure that those corridors are performing in terms of that. And then last one is a very specific to the Maputo corridor, the road rehabilitation and truck staging area that needs to take place. Sorry, I've got my dog that ran into the house here. Apologies if there's some noise in the background there. So what has happened on the N4? The N4's concession is ending in about 4 years' time. So the concession is ending, and that road needs to be handed back on a certain predefined standard. And that rehabilitation has started because that it just takes a long time doing that. And over the next 2 years, the area from roundabout Hector Spruit up till the border post needs to be going through its rehabilitation. And currently we will have a problem. You cannot do that rehabilitation if the trucks are stacked onto that road. So we needed to find a place whereby we can move the vehicles so that the rehabilitation could be done. So that has now started, but what we're trying to do simultaneously is to say, how can we utilize that project also to get other benefits out of it? And that benefits would be, how can we do staging? How can we do pre-clearing? How can we get green lanes and so on into it so that we can have a quicker process through that? So it's very much a pilot project that we launch on the back of the rehabilitation, because the facility is going to be there so that we can actually do that. The two that I've spoken, which is actions that we have that is not specifically on here, is we've got a constant engagement with SAPS and other law enforcement agencies to determine risks and how we can assist with deployment processes to where the hotspots are. The reporting of crime is not always taking place on the correct manner. A lot of transporters don't report a hijack because they don't need it for the insurance. They've got their own tracking devices, their own recoveries. So the hijack information is not necessarily correct. And those are part of the problems that hotspots develop, but actually there's no deployment of law enforcement then in there. So we're working together with them. And again, as I said, on the N4, we couldn't resolve that problem that we had without the help of RTMC, without the help of the border police, without the help of SAPS and all of those various agencies to be involved in terms of that. The other one is just we utilize all of these key initiatives to address any congestion that we see and see how we can resolve that. If you then go to the supporting programs, I'm not going to talk about the accountability initiative. Jace has done a very good presentation in terms of that, and that's what we say. But aspects such as that will assist the corridor. Therefore, we see how we can support that from our side. Performance-based standard vehicles, because there was a problem with it being stopped in certain areas, and we intervened in terms of that by pulling various parties together, having a framework in terms of that we've now pushing through to government to say it's very critical that we need the performance-based standards to keep running because of the impact it will have on the economy. But that the two problems that was identified could be addressed in terms of research, and that it be included in a proper legal framework or a regulatory framework so that it can be running in a proper manner and not as a project, but built into the longer term. We support the road to rail migration and what we can do there in terms of shifting the cargo. And here, I think I just want to highlight the process again. There's so much cargo that needs to be moved that rail will take a time before they can start doing it. And once they start doing it, there's going to be so much left that I don't foresee that road transport would be negatively impacted. And then very importantly, the growth that will come out of that additional economic activity will be beneficial to make sure that nobody really loses anything out of that. And then the last one that we have got there is also very specific to the N4, where following the problems in the election conflict, the process of digitization on the Maputo side or the Mozambican side in kilometer 4 is being looked at by the Mozambican government. And we are just trying to say, how can we support that and also link that back to the South African processes? And as I said, all of these support programs, we are not necessarily doing it directly. We are supporting those people that are busy with that. And that is what I wanted to share with you in terms of that. So that there are, I don't know if there are any questions or any processes going forward. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Baie dankie Gerard, en ek dink die hond stem saam. Your doggy, your puppy, I think he's agreeing with you. We
Yeah,
could
you
hear
know,
he
he definitely agrees with everything I say.
Yes, so he agreed. He was quite enthusiastic when you got to some of your points. So that's well done. I love to see that. That we even have a culture of compliance amongst the canines. How cool is that? Good, dankie. Thank you so much for him stepping at the last minute. So next up, we've got from Brenton, from the also RTMS case study on bulk mining solutioning. And I haven't heard you speak before, so we're looking forward to that. Mr. Naidu, welcome, come on board. And then we shall absolutely looking forward to this presentation for now. And then with that, we'll follow up of that with Willie, and then we'll close off with Dr. Paul, and we're done. Good, welcome, young man.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak to you. I'm actually very honored to be standing here in front of you today. I know I'm one of the last speakers, so I'm going to try not to be too long. So forgive me if I read, I'm just trying to keep to time. Firstly, before I start, I want to thank you, Dr. Paul, for giving me the opportunity to share my experience and journey, both with RTMS and with PBS. It's also nice to see Mavis Mashlanga here. She's quite pivotal in helping me with my PBS. And so, as stated prior, I represent a company called Roadbulk Services, and we are a specialist logistics provider, mainly concentrating in the chemical and logistics, chemical bulk and dangerous goods industry in South Africa. So we have been in operation for about 11 years now. And while we have achieved great growth, we've always preferred a more hands-on approach, especially towards safety. We currently operate a modern fleet of dedicated combination vehicles, including high-capacity PBS smart truck side tippers. Currently, we service the mining, manufacturing, and chemical sectors. I also think it's worth mentioning that we are a family-run business. And in fact, my boss just happens to be my father, who's sitting right over here. So he comes with over 40 years of experience in the fuel and chemical logistics industry, which he passed on to me when we started the business 11 years ago. So we started, when we started, we aimed at taking the same level of precision and attention to detail from the fuel and chemical industry and applied that same standard to our tipper operation. So I know what you're probably thinking. Here comes another guy who's here to talk about how great his fleet is. But trust me, it's not why I'm here today. And like most transporters, we started off with very humble beginnings, with one truck, a handful of dreams, and a whole lot of challenges. But what we've built since then has everything to do with two things: structure and discipline. And that's where RTMS and PBS comes in. We first adopted RTMS in 2020. And at the time, we weren't chasing a gold star or pat on the back. We were chasing sanity. But most importantly, we wanted to be a responsible transporter. We discovered quickly that without systematic procedures, sustainable performance is impossible. And RTMS gave us a repeatable, data-driven way to manage risk, monitor vehicle behavior, and instill a culture of accountability from drivers to senior management. Before RTMS, our drivers were good but inconsistent. Maintenance was done, but not at a level that it should have been. And safety was done only with compliance in mind. RTMS then gave us the structure that we needed. So we realized RTMS was much more than compliance. It was a business transformation tool. It made us take a long, hard look at our processes and in some cases, our lack of them. It then turned our finger-crossed logistics company into a predictable, measurable operation. It made us sleep better at night as we weren't chasing a certificate. We were committing to operational excellence as a company. So with that introduction today, I just decided not to use this platform to promote Roadbulk Services, but rather to use our company as a case study to show you and highlight the benefits that RTMS has had both in our business and which it can have in yours. So today I'm going to share some practical real-life examples on how the RTMS framework has worked in our business and grown us, and why I believe it's such a pivotal regulatory framework to South Africa's logistics sector. To begin, I've listed just a few stats of before and after implementing RTMS. The first that I want to speak about is fuel efficiency. So, as most of us here are in logistics, we know that fuel accounts for about 40% of our cost. And since implementing RTMS, our fuel has decreased by almost 8%. Now, to most people, that may not seem like a lot, but when you take the fact that it accounts for 40%, it's a drastic amount. Now, this is due to monitoring driving hours, optimizing route management, and reducing idle time. But most importantly, managing speeding. In saying that, our speeding incidents have decreased by around 80%. As our drivers are daily updated with their speeding. And this suddenly becomes crucial to their driver behavior, and it becomes something they become cognizant about. The next is load optimization. before RTMS, we faced quite a few overloading fines. And not, as Johan mentioned, most of the time, it's not about 3 tons or 2 tons. Sometimes you are, in fact, not overloaded, but you overloaded on your axles. So with us, we generally transport bulk commodities. And when it comes to bulk commodities, it becomes a bit difficult, especially because their weight generally fluctuates with their moisture content. For example, if you're loading a product that's powder-based, when it's dry, it has a different weighting versus when it's wet. So most of the time, if you have a front loader, he's going to load you 2.5 scoops in the front, 2.5 scoops in the back, and then you think that you've got 34 tons. Obviously, until you go onto a weighbridge and then you realize that you're over or under. Now, I see Niels from Lowtech is here, and I'm not being paid for this promotion, but we installed Lowtech load cells on them, and since then, we were able to completely cut our overloading, up to a point where we've brought our overloads down to 0. So this lets us precisely distribute payload across axles, avoid overloads, and maximize each truck's capacity. And the main thing about that is it definitely cuts down your safety risk. And it allows us to actually look at our loading in real time. The next thing that I want to talk about is our maintenance. Maintenance is an important thing in a logistics company, but it's never done in a preventative form. So we started looking at breakdowns as something like weather events. So we wanted to predict them and prevent catastrophe from happening. So preventative maintenance meant we started catching issues way before they became a problem on the road. So this involved doing things such as weekly trailer servicing, as well as our drivers doing daily vehicle checks, both pre and post trip. So in the last 5 years, I can safely say we've had less than 10 on-the-road breakdowns. This is vital as so much can happen when you have a breakdown on the road. So this completely removes control from your hand. The next thing I want to talk about, in which RTMS has been incredibly beneficial to us, is something that I feel is one of the main selling points of RTMS. And that is that in the last 5 years, we've done over 10 kilometers without any accidents or fatalities caused. And this is generally only because of RTMS. The next thing is driver behavior. So RTMS has had such a great psychological impact on our drivers. And, with us taking into consideration an interest in their well-being, their overall health, as well as their safety, they feel part of the team. And in doing such, we've had much greater driver retention, as well as their behavior has improved drastically. This has led to our drivers being much more cognizant of their behavior, but more importantly, RTMS has helped us to show our drivers that we actually care about them. See, a truck is an asset, but our drivers are our greatest asset in our business. The last thing I want to talk about with regards to the benefits of RTMS was the growth factor. In the last 5 years of implementing RTMS, our company has grown by over 300%. So for anyone who thinks that a structured approach to safety and compliance doesn't grow your business, I hate to break it to you, but you're wrong. So now all these implementations may sound like something we did. However, it wouldn't have been noticed if it wasn't for the RTMS framework, as it didn't just polish our image, it actually upgraded our core values. So with that in mind, I want to get to the crux of why I'm here today, and that's to discuss the truck that changed our business and something that I'm so passionate about, which is the PBS Smart Truck. Now, we've heard a lot about the PBS Smart Truck from Johan, and in saying that, I must say, Johan, your presentation was very inspiring and motivating, especially when it came to the PBS Smart Truck, because it's something that we're so passionate about. I personally believe that if there's anything that is going to revolutionize the infrastructure in South Africa, it's the PBS Smart Truck. So I entered the business at about 23 years old, and I was very hesitant to enter logistics because I thought it was very boring at first, until I found out what a smart truck was, and I looked at the innovation and the change that it can bring to the industry. So to dwell on that, I'm sure some of you may not know what a PBS smart truck or a PBS smart tipper is. So if you think about it in a logical sense, your normal tipper carries 34 tons at any given point in time, and a PBS smart tipper, depending on the product that you're carrying and the purpose build of that tipper, can have a payload of about 50 to around 55 tons. So to put this into context, it's like going from a Bucky to a Bucky with a gym membership. Or if you're a Toyota enthusiast, it's like going from a Hilux to a Land Cruiser. So the things that makes these vehicles different is that they are purpose-built. There's quite a few things that make these vehicles different. So one of them is that they are purpose-built bodies and bins. Every trailer is engineered for its specific cargo profile, whether it's dense, heavy chrome ore or voluminous, lightweight maize. A 50-ton chrome payload requires far less hopper volume and different floor angles than 50 tons of grain. So bins are tailored in shape, linear material, and discharge geometry to optimize flow and balance. The next thing is that a PBS truck has more axles and better axle spacing. Now, what this does is it results in a truck that doesn't damage your roads. Johan mentioned earlier on about the manganese and the original manganese tipper, which has 8 super singles, which causes a lot of strain on the road. If you have to compare 8 tires to a PBS vehicle has 36. So you can imagine the strain on the road. It's drastically reduced. The next thing is that these vehicles have high performance braking systems and stability controls. Now, these controls make rough terrain feel like a Sunday drive. Together, these innovations not only increase payload capacity and reduce trip counts, but they also protect infrastructure, cut maintenance costs, and deliver a safe, more efficient haul every single time. The first thing that I want to talk about is the logistic advantages of PBS tippers versus conventional tippers. So one of the things is a higher payload per trip. As mentioned before, one PBS load is equal to 1.46 regular loads. That means 33% fewer trips. Because a PBS tipper carries 49.7 tons, it then results in 46% more material being moved at each trip, reducing the number of trips needed and freeing up fleet capacity for other tasks. The next thing is that it results in a streamlined maintenance scheduling. A PBS tipper has even weight distribution across extra axles, which reduces your component stress, whereas your conventional tipper has a higher axle load, which accelerates wear. So to put it in perspective, if you have to compare the two, by having more tires and more axles on it, you're really reducing your strain on each axle. This results in more predictable, spread out maintenance intervals and minimize unscheduled downtime. The next point, and which happens to be the main selling point of PBS, is that it results in a lower per ton transport cost. So there's greater payload, fewer trips, which ultimately dilute your fixed costs over more tons. And this results in significant savings on cost per ton transported, also improving your bid competitiveness as well as your margins. The next thing is something that Abdul shared about earlier, which was that by having PBS tippers, you can have 33% fewer runs. You end up burning less fuel, and such you produce much less CO2 emissions. This then supports sustainability goals and regulatory compliance while enhancing corporate reputation. There's also some hidden gems about PBS that you might not know. One of them is that you have reduced driver fatigue. And the main reason that you have reduced driver fatigue is, number one, when you're running a PBS tipper, there's a lot more attention to detail that you pay to your drivers, because your driver is not driving around a 34-ton rig now. He's now carrying 50 tons. Also, it results in a smoother ride, as well as, and this results in reduced fatigue, and it's much better for safety as well as driver retention. The next thing is custom load placement. What this means is that loads can be distributed more intelligently across the trailer length, improving braking and cornering efficiency. So one of the things you may be wondering about PBS is, how does it benefit your clients? Well, one of the things is that it results in a faster turnaround. Higher payloads per trip means that there's more material moved in fewer loads, accelerating delivery schedules and reducing wait times at mine sites. It also, as mentioned earlier, results in lower freight rates, also improved reliability. Purpose-built PBS bodies and real-time load monitoring virtually eliminate overload delays and breakdowns, ensuring consistent delivery windows. PBS trucks also ensure enhanced safety and compliance. PBS stability controls and axle configurations reduce accident risks, helping clients meet stringent site safety and environmental regulations. When it comes to the government, as we've been hearing throughout today, there's also reduced road wear, as well as alleviating rail congestion. As mentioned throughout today, we cannot get rid of rail, but we can help relieve rail. So shifting a portion of heavy bulk tonnage onto PBS fleets eases pressure on overloaded rail networks, improving the overall system reliance. The other thing about it is that it has a massive economic advantage because it allows mines to keep up with demand. Exports don't sit idle, like we've heard about the iron ore, which is sitting in Kuruman. But PBS also provides an infrastructure relief for South Africa. We all know that it can assist rail. But let's do a little case study. Perhaps you're a mine that needs to move 100,000 tons of coal, and you need to move it with some 34-ton tippers. It's going to take you 2,941 loads to do that. However, if we had to move this into a PBS vehicle, that would just be 2,000 loads. That's a whole lot less. And more importantly, it's a lot less potholes. So we do face a few challenges in terms of operating PBS vehicles, especially in the mining sector. One of them being is the long distance between mines and between your customer and your loading points. To give you an example, one of our routes runs about 800 kilometers from start to finish, and it's in a very remote area. Now, in these remote areas, like you'll notice in the Northern Cape, Northwest Province, the roads are very narrow, they're not very safe. So if you're driving around late at night, you can't just pull over. So over these long distances, driver fatigue becomes something that's incredibly important. So, and it also becomes a massive risk. So to address this, we've integrated a driver risk fatigue management system as part of our RTMS-driven safety enhancements. So here's how it works in practice. And maybe a few of you have heard of this. I see Optics is here, and they are one of our third-party suppliers that provides this service for us. And what it entails is that in each truck, there's high-definition in-cab cameras, and they track your eye blink rate, head nodding, posture changes, just to detect early signs of drowsiness or fatigue. What then happens is the moment the system identifies fatigue indicators, it triggers a gentle vibration in the driver's seat, prompting an immediate wake-up cue without startling them. Simultaneously, the platform then logs this event. It also takes a little video clip of that, which then gets emailed to us and our safety team for review. We then review every fatigue, looking at when, where, and how it happened, and then adjust schedules, rest stops, and routes accordingly. This data-driven automated process has nearly eliminated all fatigue-related incidents in our business. So the next thing that I want to discuss today is PBS in the hazardous industry. So one of our clients that we transport for, we generally move some hazardous goods for them. And there's a lot of challenges that you face in the dangerous goods sector. And I feel that it's much heightened when you introduce PBS into this because your responsibility shifts from 34 tons to now 50 tons of hazardous material. But in saying that, if it's monitored well, that's 50 tons that can be transported much safer than if it went on a tipper carrying 34 tons that doesn't have the same safety standard as we do. So whether you're carrying fuel, chemicals, or anything with a hazard label, you don't want maybe safety. You want engineered certainty. So this is where PBS smart truck design plays a pivotal role, and where we as Zorobulk Services have had a great deal of experience in. So while the risk and reward in terms of transporting hazardous cargo is heightened, I feel like the safety aspect of it is also heightened. One of the main challenges we face in transporting hazardous goods comes in with the nature of the product. You see, RTMS is always about gaining control and compliance. However, some hazardous products try to take that control completely away from you. In saying this, there's two principles that comes to play, which is preventative maintenance as well as truck design. So one of the examples is for this client that we carry these hazardous goods, it's a corrosive powder. So to put it in this way, it would eat any form of metal. It'll actually eat your truck up. To give you an example, a normal tipper would last you around 4 years in a good condition. By carrying this material, it'll last you 2. It eats away at it, it forms holes into your tipper, and it even eats your components and electrical components in your truck. So it's very, very dangerous. However, to combat this, RTMS has been very pivotal in us getting involved in terms of preventative maintenance. So what we've done in this tipper precisely is we've lined the bin with 316 stainless steel and pretty much treated this side tipper as if it was a food grade tanker. So what that's done now is that's actually increased the useful life of this tipper from 2 years to 5 years and extended it by 3 years just by aligning it with 316 stainless steel. So these are the type of things that we have to do, especially in terms of hazardous goods within the PBS industry, just to provide a safe transport service to our clients. But also, it's not just about giving you a higher payload, a cheaper cost, but more about doing it safely, in a safer manner, but also in a very innovative way. These are things that we can do as transporters and think of new innovative solutions where we can transport their goods safely in a better way, and there has to be no sacrifice on their part, because this is what PBS is about. PBS is about basically bringing a much safer standard as well as a better cost to your client. And there's benefits for everyone. There's benefits for you, there's benefits for your client, there's benefits for the environment, there's benefits for the government, there's benefits for the economy. So it just doesn't stop there. So I'm going to be closing, and in conclusion, one of the titles of my last slide was RTMS being the enabler of safe PBS expansion. Running a high payload vehicle without RTMS is like letting your toddler steer a forklift. It's a bad idea. RTMS gives you the framework to operate PBS vehicles safely without burning out drivers, destroying roads, or blowing your budget. Whether you've got 2 trucks or 200, RTMS and PBS give you something most logistics companies dream of, which is control. RBS and PBS are not future considerations, but are present necessities. And in a South African economy, this tough control equals survival. RTMS gave us the structure, PBS gave us the scale. Together, they gave us the confidence to lead not just loads, but also the industry. It's not about having more trucks, it's about being smarter with the ones you have. For this, I really want to take the time to thank you all, but especially to thank JC Auditors for the work you do. Oliver, you lead the way from the start, you lead your team, you set an excellent example. And the leadership and culture that you set is seen within your organization. When you have a RTMS audit, as much as it's stringent and it's strict, it's not a fault-finding mission. We've experienced firsthand that it's always solution-driven. We experience this with auditors such as Trevor, where they come in and we find solutions to certain problems and always look at more innovative growth and improvement in our business. So for that, we want to thank you for the work that you do and for the work that your team does. To you all, thank you so much for your time and lending me your ear today. May your loads be legal and your tires always be around. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the first that I heard Brenton speak, and it was amazing. I love that I think it's amazing. Dr. Paul, actually, he's done your presentation. And he's done it with pizzazz, and he's done it with great eloquence, and he's done it with a little bit of prose. So I love that. So, okay, so next up, but thank you. That was amazing. You can come again. You'll be invited again. Then we're going to have next, we've got Willie Kutsia from the TPT. He's going to give us a brief overview of some important things. And as we know, there's the ports are important. They're the gateway. We know that. And Willie's going to give us a quick overview. You can come up, Meneer. Then as you come, I'll leave. And then Dr. Paul's going to close out. But thank you. How cool was that? It was a marvelous presentation. Thank you, Willie.
Thank you. There's a Chinese curse that says, "May you live in interesting times." I think we can attest to that. The last year, 2 years, has been very interesting times, especially in Durban, in the ports environment. I've got a role at the Durban Chamber of Commerce around as chairman of the Ports Forum. So we've got a whole lot of stakeholders like yourselves that we engage with on a regular basis. And we had sometimes where we had to deal with interesting times over the last 2 years or so. So what I'm going to do is just reflect a little bit on since 2023, and then also take a look at just a brief peek into the future. But what's an economist always saying, that if you look into a crystal ball, it's about the same thing as being an economist, because you can make assumptions based on what you think you understand, but then a guy like Trump can come and turn the whole world around. So I think let me try and say, because I'm going to just talk about these three things, then just reflect a little bit, talk about the Durban Chamber of Commerce, what it is that we do there, and then reflect on the last year and just quickly look at to the future. So yesterday we had a session in this venue, and I think that's why Kathy then pulled me and said, come talk a little bit about what is coming up in Durban. One of the presenters said that his speech is going to be like a mini skirt, short enough to get your attention, but long enough to hide the vitals. So I've got a three slider. Okay, as the Durban Chamber, as you know, is like any chamber, there to do advocacy and to engage with its members, and then all sorts of stakeholders that its members have got an interest in. Durban Chamber is not any different. The Durban Chamber has been around for 160 years, by the way. So it's been around as long as the port's been there, since around 18, I don't know, what does that make it, 50, 60? What we've been doing over the last 2 years is getting involved specifically in things like the Durban Decongestion Task Team, the National Logistics Crisis Committee. The previous speaker spoke about the NLCC. So I'm going to touch a little bit on that. I think Juanita was also supposed to be around and talk a little bit about that. So we work closely with staff and other stakeholders around the NLCC and logistics performance in South Africa. And then also there's a presidential working group for eThekwini that's been put in place after last year's floods and things, around sanitation and all the rest. So yeah, we've got regular meetings where we get together and do basically what we guys are doing here today, where we engage, get some interesting topics and speakers, and come and entertain people for an hour or two, and look at what's happening in the port. And hopefully making a difference afterwards in the process. So the reason why I put this picture up is not because I like the oak on the picture. It's although he's very handsome, isn't he? Sorry, Kathy. No, it's we had a strike in I think it was October 2 years ago. And as managers, we got involved in operating some of the equipment in the port, and got the feel of the real world and not our offices for a while. So, and that's not why the crisis the crisis is there. We had huge floods in 22, 23, unprecedented floods, as you guys know, and the roads washed away, the rail washed away, and all of that culminated into a crisis situation. There was at some stage, can you remember? Chase was 64 ships outside the port of Durban, so outside the Mhlanga. And the president then got involved. So the Durban Chamber eventually said, listen, Mr. President, get involved in this, come and assist us. It's a logistics crisis in South Africa. So the NLCC was born mostly, not just out of that, because the NLCC cuts across. It's also linked to the Eskom debacle and the issues that we had there, as well as there's three legs. So one is energy, the other one is logistics, and the third leg is to do with safety and crime in South Africa. So on the NLCC, we've been busy with the first leg of those 7 legs that Mr. Maree was speaking about, looking at how can business and Transnet and government get together in trying to address all the issues to make sure that we don't have another crisis somewhere in the future. So a lot of that, we've done a lot of deep dives and analysis, and a lot of the issues have been around the equipment, as you all know. And after the state capture stories from 2017, 18 to 20, I think my interpretation, the internal controls have just become so ridiculous that you can't purchase a pencil in. That's why I was looking for pens today, see if we can get some freebies. You can't purchase anything in a state-owned company, and it's basically so. But what a lot of the work has been around is to see how can you unlock this whole bottleneck. I think in Transnet we had 3 general managers for procurement in the last year. So as soon as a new oak comes in, and these guys are very strong, he just gets hit with all this red tape, and everybody, because a lot of people have been fired for trying to take shortcuts and not adhering to all the rules. So now the rules are just enforced to such an extent that it becomes very difficult. From yesterday's presentation, the guys have been reporting that something that would have taken like 3 months for procurement after the NLCC and the other issues can be done in 3 days now. So there's a lot of progress, and that's the sort of things that's been done as a result of this NLCC. So post-recovery, 2.5 million containers in the last year, 24-25, that's gone through the Port of Durban. A lot of that done by you guys as the transporters. 2.5 million. If you think about that, it's just let it sink in a little bit. If everybody talks Maputo and other places, Maputo, how many containers have gone through there in the last year? About 200,000. So not even 10% of what's gone through the Port of Durban. So I think the issue is the Port of Durban is probably the only port of its size that's got like a single, well, there's 2 lanes going in and out of the Port of Durban. So you guys, as the trucking fraternity, have been bearing the brunt of trying to get in and out of that bottleneck. So staging areas and all sorts of things have helped, but and truck booking systems and all the rest. But still, the challenges are huge. You can't. Yeah, we've been trying to look at ways on fixing these things. So if anybody's got ideas, we're quite keen to talk. Anyway, 2.5 million containers, some record numbers through Pier 1. So I hear some guys prefer to go to certain terminals, and obviously Pier 1 has been running a bit more efficiently than Pier 2. It's mostly equipment related. So there's rubber-tired gantry cranes, RTGs, that's being used at Pier 1, whereas Pier 2 or the Durban Container Terminal runs with straddle carriers. So the efficiency at Pier 1 has been much better in the last year than at DCT, mostly because of the equipment challenges. Some of the bottlenecks, trying to alleviate that, has gone to the multi-purpose terminal, where the old car terminal is. And also that has done record numbers, 230,000 containers, same size as Maputo, through the MPT in Durban. So through the crisis, we've been looking at other ways and new ways to deal with the congestion. So we've also then looked at how can you speed up the delivery of equipment and getting new equipment. So the first pieces of equipment has arrived since February this year. There's 20 new straddles that's been delivered and 9 new rubber-tied gantry cranes that's been delivered. So you can see the impact of that already. The queues at DCT has gone down from 2 hours on a good day. I know some days you guys had trucks out there for 10 hours, 14 hours if the system is down, etc. But the queues have gone down on average from 2 hours to last week 71 minutes. So there's a lot of improvement, and watch this space. It's going to become much better going forward. So what to expect? The new equipment coming in, 2.4 billion on equipment. And by the way, that's not tax money. That's loans, international loans that we use to purchase the equipment. The government has given a guarantee for, I think, 47 billion of this, to say that you can loan against a guarantee from government. If you default, then we're going to call on taxpayers, but we're not going to default because we've got the NLCC and everything else involved in that. So new RTGs being in place, and some more equipment coming through later on Pier 1. And then the 20 straddles being in place at DCT, not just employed to the water site, a lot of them also then on the land site. 5 of that specifically for the interchange zones where the trucks then come in and gets loaded and offloaded. And then 2 of that on the rail side. So landside operations improvement. On the water side, pullings of berth, equipment on the berth. Vertical twin lift operations. Notice we can take 2 containers with a crane at one time for the empties. Otherwise, you bend the cranes. But then for the trucking fraternity specifically, if you guys have got a big load coming in, say 50 containers, then there's special arrangements that we can stack those containers in one specific area, and you can come and peel from the top. You don't need to pick your specific number somewhere in the bottom, because a lot of time is being wasted by picking up containers and moving them around. So that will speed up a group. It's called group import releases, that system. We have run it in the last couple of months, and it seems to be pretty exciting. It's working. And then even for the multi-purpose terminals, some more equipment going there. A mobile harbor crane and 4 new reach stackers. On the picture is a reach stacker, by the way. And there's 4 new cranes that's going to be ordered from, I think, about September this year onwards for the container terminal. So that is it, Kathy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Billy. Always exciting, and with new equipment arriving, it's good. It means things will get better, faster, and more efficient. Okay. So next up is Dr. Paul Nordingen. He's going to speak about PBS, and I think what he'll do, he'll find that a lot of that awareness has been created with some of the presentations. All floor is yours, Dr. Paul. Thank you.
Thanks again, Kathy. I just wanted to say, well done, Brenton. That was your first presentation, I think, at an RTMS workshop, and you did a great job. Thanks for coming along. And you, as Kathy said, you covered the PBS project very well. So I actually don't need to do anything. I don't know if there are any questions. I'm aware that a lot of you are quite familiar with the PBS project, but I think it's really important. You know, we've been talking about PBS since the beginning of the workshop this morning, and PBS, I mean, what's PBS? It's a P, it's a B, and it's an S. And then we talk about vehicles with 50-ton payloads, but, you know, and Brenton did talk a little bit about what's behind it. But I think it's really important when we talking about the performance-based standards project to understand what's going on. Okay. Okay, thanks. So this whole approach of performance-based standards rather than a prescriptive approach started back in the 70s in the United States. And there are many sectors where PBS, performance-based, has been implemented in the agricultural sector, in the medical sector, in road construction. So rather than just defining what a product should look like, you actually look at rather how it performs and set performance standards. And it says it's got to perform within certain parameters. And the challenge is to develop these performance standards and say, how many performance standards do we need to make sure that this vehicle or whatever will be safe and, you know, will suit the purpose. So the problem, and this was identified in the States in the 70s, was that there had over about 10,000 truck rollovers a year in the States. Now this clip is from the States, from one of my colleagues, and you know it's I think quite understandable that a truck is much higher with the payload. Its center of gravity is much higher. It's only 2.6 meters wide, so when it's going at speed around a corner, it's a lot less stable than a car. That's for sure. But what's interesting is that you can get 2 or 3 or 4 different trucks that all look the same and maybe have the same payload, but some are much more stable than others for important reasons. This is another one also. At the volume. Sure. Okay, I've got the volume control now. So you know, it's not traveling very fast, and yet it rolls over. And then the last one is actually from Pinetown a few years ago, a security camera. So this is what's happening on quite a frequent basis, and it contributes to our truck crashes in South Africa. The objective of the regulations is to ensure that all vehicles on the road are compliant in terms of safety and in terms of roadway or infrastructure damage. But the reality, which is what was discovered with this whole research program, is that a lot of vehicles are not safe for various reasons. And we've heard a lot about super singles and dual tires. So a lot of trucks, although our prescriptive regulations allow 8 tons on an axle with 2 single tires, that you comply with the regulation, but in fact, your vehicle is doing a lot more road wear damage than a vehicle with dual tires. So in reality, if we wanted to be more performance-based, our axles with single tires should only be allowed 6 tons or 5 tons. So they should be really for volume-based good. Like my friend used to say, canary cages. You know, if you're transporting canary cages, by all means use super single tires, but not when you're carrying, you know, a heavy payload. So when we started with this project, a pilot project, we had good support from the National Department of Transport way back in 2004. We formed a committee, and the objective of the pilot project was to look at the impact on reduced roadway. And I mean, the presentations we've had this morning have already alluded to a lot of this. Reduce congestion, reduce safety exposure risk. That is, the less trucks on the road, the less safety exposure risk there is. It's got nothing to do with the dynamic stability of the vehicle. That's the next one, improved safety performance. So if you can reduce the number of trucks on the road, you're immediately reducing safety exposure risk. And then improved transport productivity, reduced emissions, reduced queuing times, and cross-border delays. We've touched on all of this morning. You saw in that previous slide, we were the 4th country in the world, South Africa. We were the 4th country in the world in 2007 to put PBS vehicles on the road as part of our pilot project. Now I would say there are at least 20 countries around the world that are looking at the PBS approach, mainly to address congestion and emissions. In our case, safety is a very important thing that we want to address. We've seen it this morning, over and above congestion and emissions. So they're all on the agenda. But a lot of work has been done over the last 20 years. These OECD projects looking at high capacity vehicles. Actually, when we talk about PBS, we're actually really talking about high capacity vehicles. Vehicles that have got a higher capacity, but they've been designed to comply with certain performance standards. So we developed a strategy. We approached the Minister of Transport at the time, who approved the pilot project. And then subsequently, we developed a smart truck rules document, which has had numerous versions. And that is the basis, or what an operator needs to follow in order to participate in the project. And as has been mentioned, the RTMS certification is the first step. That's a prerequisite. And I believe in that very much myself. The safety standards are to a large extent based on the Australian scheme, which was implemented into their regulations in 2008. And this is the crux of it. So you start with a blank piece of paper and you say, well, what performance can we define? And then we define a maneuver, for example, and then we say, well, when the truck does that maneuver, it mustn't sway more than this much, or it mustn't take up more than this much space, or whatever that might be. Or it must maintain a minimum speed going up a certain gradient. Those are performance standards. And these are the maneuvers on the left-hand side. Those are the standard maneuvers. And this is all done on computer simulation with quite sophisticated software. And so the operator comes up with a proposed design, a side tipper with a 50-ton payload, and the simulations are done, and that vehicle with its payload must pass all these performance standards. These are the safety standards. So the column on the right, those are the performance standards, and I'll show you a couple of examples, and then I'll talk quickly about the safety, the infrastructure standards. So this is another clip. This is a clip from Australia. And it's, yeah. So here you've got, okay, there are 5 trucks. This is a truck tractor semi-trailer. This is looking at the off-tracking or low-speed swept path. So there the truck's okay. Does a 90-degree turn at 5 kilometers an hour, and it doesn't really encroach on the opposing lane. This is now also a prescriptive vehicle. You see 19 meters, and it starts to cut in on the lane. Now the third vehicle is a PBS vehicle. It's 20 meters long, but it's been designed from the articulation points and the wheelbases. It doesn't cut in the lane. So it performs the same as the first truck. This is a 25-meter prescriptive vehicle. So in Australia, it's allowed under prescriptive, but mainly due to the wheelbase of the second trailer, you see how much it cuts into the opposing lane. And then the last one is a 26-meter PBS vehicle. And it performs very well in terms of taking up space. So this is one performance standard. It's a slow, what we call a slow speed directional performance. So it's turning, and that all the PBS vehicles have to comply with the swept path when it turns. And some of the ones we see on the road, the 30-meter, we go up to 30 meters, some of the PBS vehicles, you'll find that their turning, their swept path is better than our so-called interlinks or B doubles, 22-meter B doubles. Their turning performance is very good. This one now was the first timber vehicle. The one on the left is what we call a baseline vehicle. It's a standard truck doing this high-speed lane change, and because of various parameters, it failed. It failed this standard test quite by a long margin. So it's not very stable on the road. It's a rigid truck with a drawbar trailer. And this was the first PBS vehicle. It's 27 meters long, 67.5 tons, and it's doing exactly the same maneuver, same speed, but you can see it's a lot more stable. So it just gives the driver a better chance of avoiding a crash or a rollover, because the vehicle is, I say it's like a Porsche as opposed to a City Golf or whatever little vehicle you want to talk about. That's really what we're talking about. We're talking about designing vehicles, and you're not talking about the strength of the chassis or the thickness of the bin. That's up to the trailer manufacturer. You're talking about the proportions, the length of the wheelbase, the position of the fifth wheel, those kind of things, the number of stabilizer bars. Those are the things that affect the performance of the vehicle. We've done a couple of tests at Eurotech with a guy who was doing his PhD at University of Pretoria. So there's a high-speed lane change maneuver with a side tipper, and he had put accelerometers and strain gauges and cameras in to measure. One of the purposes of this was to compare the field test data with the computer simulations to make sure that your computer simulations are accurate. It's all very well to have a black box and you put data in and you get an answer and you say, fantastic. But how do you know that that data is correct? So you need to do field testing, and actually the University of Pretoria are very strong on doing field testing. This one is static rollover threshold, which is a common standard that trucks fail, whether it's a rigid truck or a truck with 2 or 3 trailers. And in this case, the blue one there is the baseline. So that's a standard legal vehicle. And then the red one was SA Brewery's 30-meter, 83.5 tons. And what you do is you have a constant radius curve. This is the performance standard. Constant radius curve. You gradually accelerate the vehicle faster and faster and faster, and eventually it's going to roll over because of the lateral acceleration. So here you can see it's speeding up. This is an output from the computer simulation. The baseline rolled over at 0.27 G, and the requirement for this performance standard is 0.35 G. So the truck must be able to withstand 0.35 G lateral acceleration before it rolls over. So if your truck rolls over at 0.27 G, it's like that video clip I showed you just now. He's going to go around a corner. We've seen it with a truckload of bananas, and the trucks. The problem is the driver doesn't even feel uncomfortable. Unlike in your car, when you go around a corner a bit fast, you actually feel quite uncomfortable. But you probably, your car can take a lot more lateral acceleration before it actually rolls over. But a truck, the guy will be driving quite happily around the corner, and then he looks in the rear view mirror and he says, "Oh, my trailer's rolled over. I didn't even feel it." And this is another one at Eurotech. You can use a tilt table to measure the static rollover threshold. So you increase the tilt until eventually the truck, they change there to stop it from actually rolling over. But that angle there, you can relate back to the static rollover threshold. So these are performance standards, you see, compared to just saying a truck can only be 22 meters long, 2.3 meters wide, maximum mass of 56 tons. That's a prescriptive approach. So this is a completely different approach. In terms of the infrastructure, we use South African standards, not Australian. We use the South African pavement design approach and the South African bridge design code. And just one example here, just to show you how, and these are all mining vehicles. The blue diamonds are standard trucks, baseline vehicles. And this is a graph showing road damage per ton of payload. So the PBS vehicles are the red squares, and one of those there is a Richards Bay Minerals 185-ton road train. It's on that graph, a red square. It's doing the same road damage per ton of payload as some of the PBS vehicles that we saw that Johan and Brenton showed. So we designed them with their dual tires and the number of axles that their road wear is consistently low. But some of the baseline vehicles, as you can see, do a lot more road damage per ton of payload. And a lot of people don't sort of grasp that. They see a 72-ton, an 80-ton vehicle, it must be destroying the roads. And that's not the case. It's absolutely not the case. Sometimes a traffic impact assessment is required by the authority if there's an intersection that they maybe are concerned about, and there are consultants that use drones and simulate what the vehicle would do when it goes through. So that's sometimes required. So this is sort of shows what this high capacity vehicles that we want to allow on the roads to get those benefits that were spoken about is that the vehicle must pass the performance standards. So there you can see safe high-speed performance, adequate maneuverability at low speed, ensure vehicle infrastructure match. And then the other pillar is the RTMS. So we want professional and compliant operators, well-maintained vehicles, and competent drivers. And those two pillars, I believe, allow for these high-capacity vehicles to operate on our network. In some countries, but in countries like in Europe, the law enforcement and the compliance is at such a high level compared to here that it's probably not such a big issue. But here we believe, and if you talk to the road authorities, the RTMS is an absolute must. We can't have the cowboys and the fly-by-nights, running these high-capacity vehicles. This is a bit outdated, end of December 2023. As I mentioned earlier, we're about 2,600 PBS vehicles, mainly in mining and forestry and fuel as well. And then it's primarily in the eastern parts of the country, the PBS vehicles. That's how it's grown. There are currently about just over 80 operators that are running PBS vehicles. Some really big ones like Reinhardt are running over 200, I think. But then there's others that are just running a handful, 2 or 3. But they're all learning with this new approach. These are some examples. Timber vehicles. A lot of timber now is being moved by PBS vehicles in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga. And then the side tippers. This is the SA Breweries 11-axle A-double. Coca-Cola running a similar one. We've got the fuel tankers that are running. Crusade, you're running? Where are Crusade? They left. Okay. I'm not sure if are they running PBS? No. It's Manline, it's Unitrans, and it's Reef Tankers, I think, are the 3. Then there's a bus corps in Mbombela running, I think, about 30 or so bioarticulated buses. And if you look at the crash statistics there, the bioarticulated buses crash rates are about half their other buses. And then there's this road train that some of you may have seen operating on the N2. And that came about as a result of Transnet stopping to transport the timber from Richards Bay to Sappi-Saikor because of the one bridge that got washed away south of Durban, which was a great pity. But then a company came up with this design, which the KZN DOT approved. Instead of a large number of additional trucks traveling from Richards Bay to Sappi-Saikor to move the timber that was being moved by rail, they run using this vehicle. And I think it's working quite well. I don't know. I can't even remember what the payload is. I think must be more than 60 tons. Namibia have started a pilot project. This was the first one, also an A-double for salt at Walvis Bay. It's been operated by Unitrans, and this was the opening of the launch of the project by the mayor of Windhoek, cut the ribbon. And he was very complimentary, actually, because in that project, they reduced the number of trips by 532 per month. That's going from the salt mine, which goes almost past the residential area into the port. And the mayor had got quite positive feedback from the residents because they had seen this massive reduction in the number of trips. And then there's another one, also containers 30-meter for frozen fish. And there's a couple more in the pipeline for Namibia. Then Coca-Cola are running a similar one as SA Breweries. And I just want to show you this little clip which shows the swept path of this vehicle going onto the N1 highway in Bloemfontein. So it's a Volvo 610, and the rear axle of each tridem is a steer axle, which that's another way that you can improve the swept path, the maneuverability of the combination. It's running 30 meters, 83.5 tons. And you just see the here you can see it crossing the N1, and at the interchange, see how the vehicle does. It's more than a 90-degree turn. And it actually performs better than a B-double, a 22-meter interlink. So you have to see this to believe it. You know, you see a 30-meter rig and you think, oh, this is gonna. But one thing I can tell you, those A-doubles, you can't reverse them. Don't try. Well, there's some who can. So we've measured. A lot of people have spoken about the benefits. So the project, as at the end of December 2023, we're waiting for the results for end of 2024 still from the CSIR. But 31% reduction in trips, 28% reduction in kilometers saved, 12% reduction in fuel and greenhouse gas emissions. This is now an average of all the different projects on different lead distances, different commodities, different types of trucks. 40% reduction in crashes compared with baseline vehicles, and 12% reduction in road wear. And you may not believe the 40% in road safety, road crashes, but in Australia, they're measuring 55% reduction in major road crashes. And they've got now over 26,000 PBS vehicles. There you can see the growth of the vehicles. That's up till the end of 2024, 25,800 PBS vehicles. And last year, they approved 5,800. So you can see how they're really going this route. Then the last slide is where we are now, and we imminently waiting for a letter from the Minister of Transport to the provinces to extend the project, the pilot project, by another 3 years. This was now as a result, Gerard spoke about the discussions through the NLCC, and then in particular, SANRAL requested some more research on a couple of issues. So the recommendation was then rather, let's extend the pilot project by 3 years, do the research, and then the government can make an informed decision. So that's where we're standing at the moment. And believe me, it's really critical now that we get a decision on that, because there are 3 provinces that are not issuing any new permits, new concept approvals. So, and that just has caused, there's a lot of serious issues that operators are facing now. There isn't time to go into it. So yeah, that's, I was filling in a few gaps that were left out by the other presenters.
Dr. Forum. More than just a few gaps. But thank you. Alrighty, so that's the formal part of the program that is now closed. We must thank all the presenters and of course our partners. So that is obviously the guys. It's no longer Kalahari Auto Force, it's just Auto Force. And the guys from Safeway, young Jono. Oh, keep on calling him Safeway. But it is Safeway, freeway to Safeway. Oh, I'm just giving you some more mottos and some marketing stuff, young Jono. So John and team, thank you so much. Oliver, always thank you for your commitment and being also sponsoring partner. And of course, Michelin, unfortunately, they couldn't be here, but they're still supporting the process, and they're still very, very involved in the industry, and they've got some great products and solutions, which is also quite exciting. So we'll now be doing the fun part. Young Harry is going to do the lucky draw. Oh, I think he's making me do the lucky draw. He's keeping me, yeah. But I know how we're going to do this. So he can't stop me walking around now. Young Harry, everybody's putting their quick and say, okay, all right. So we must do this fast. Your lovely food is waiting. Everybody take up your name card. This is going to be for a lucky draw, or at least a couple of family. Lucky draw.
Online people.
Okie dokie. And everybody online, thank you for joining us. And Tara, thank you so much. Some more. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye. Thank you, Harry.
You can use that one.
Okay, he wants me to use this. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. My apologies. We have one more. While you're taking your tag, Siabonga, please come. Please come up, young man. While we're waiting, so take that through. Come. I forgot. We do have a special guest from the National Department of Transport. Siabonga, please give us a bit of a view. Do you want to stand there or use this to speak? Give us your view around RTMS previous and the day and the presentations and your personal views and your official views, all of that around RTMS previous. Okay.
No, you put me on the spot there, Katie. The presentation is great as always. I wish most of KZN operators can be part of RTMS. We know the issues, the protest by truck drivers, ATT, all truck drivers forum. Those are the issues that we're grappling with at the national level, the government. As you know, this thing started in KZN. Please, operators, as you don't have to comply with